morning to each and every one of you who is tuned in to the show today. This is Good Morning Kenya Entertainment Thursday, and my name is Vivian Degwa. We have a lot in store for you today on the show. You do not want to miss any bit of it. Today is the 15th. At least we are done with the 14th. At least that pressure is gone.
You think so?
At least it is gone. I mean, the people who are still, you know, getting pressure over Valentine's Day. Imepita. I don't know how you spent yours, Marie.
At work.
You were at work.
Yes.
We were at work, actually.
I was at work.
We were working.
Exactly.
DJ.
Yes.
Morning. Na ulifanya nini Valentine's? Ulikuwa men's conference ama?
Mchana tulikuwa men's conference. Alafu jioni tukamalizia sasa na sherehe sasa.
Tukapiga sherehe.
Tukapiga sherehe kabisa.
All right.
But tunakaribisha wase. Na najua wase bado kwa ile mood ya Valentine, but we're still going to sort you with the music that you're going to play. But today we are keeping it local.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's what you've prepared for us today.
Today, yes.
Local meaning Kenyan?
Kenyan. Local
All
music.
through?
All through.
Beautiful.
Yes.
I'm sure I'm going to love the show today.
True.
So did you do something good to someone yesterday, DJ?
Yesterday?
Even as you spent in the men's conference. You said you're in the men's conference. So.
Tulijijali tu sisi tuko kwanza.
Lakini kujijali pia ni muhimu, si ndio?
Exactly.
It's part of Valentine's is part of loving yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, for me and Vivian, we were here from morning, I can say, until evening. So Valentine's still continues. This is the month of love, February. So if somebody thought that they escaped something, they should wait until the end of the month to actually, to know that. So thank you for taking the time to start your day with us here on Good Morning Kenya. My name is Marie. And just before I bring you up to speed with what is happening in as far as the news is concerned, I'd just like to mention one or two things on the dailies where it's saying that secrets of Raila's AU job bid. That's the top story or the front page story on The Nation. And what that says is that game plan, opposition leader Raila Odinga is keen to return to the African Union to head the AU Commission, a higher profile job than the one he held last at the continental body before his controversial exit last year. Besides relying on the Kenyan government, he has activated his networks around the African capitals to assess whether his bid has potential for success or if it is a doomed voyage. So that's on the front page of The Nation newspaper. Also, quizzed after death of star athlete. If you remember the death, the sad death or the untimely death of 24-year-old Kelvin Kiptum. Was men's marathon world record holder Kelvin Kiptum negotiating a branding deal with a Chinese firm? That's a question being posed there. So it said that these people are saying that they were really not new to that family and that they were negotiating something with the late athlete. Also, no arrest yet at a year after sniper killed woman. On February 13 last year, Lillian Waithera was shot dead by a sniper on Nairobi's Wabera Street. Exposed state firms run by officials with bogus papers. So Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the IEBC, the Geothermal Development Corporation, and Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital are key institutions employing some of the 2,000 public officials with fake papers. So that's also a story on the front page of the newspaper, Nation newspaper. In as far as the shilling is concerned, the shilling bounces back in dramatic surge against the dollar. So you want to get the Nation newspaper and get to know more about that. And definitely Valentine's Day was yesterday. And so there's a story there in as far as that is concerned. The back page again, investigations begin as fake papers infest public service. You can get more details, a lot. They've actually, can I say, given the names of the institutions affected and the number of fake papers that have been found in those institutions. But Vivian, you have the Standard and the Star.
Yes,
What's
I
it?
have the
Yeah.
Standard and the Star, and if I may just go through what they are saying or what has been highlighted on these papers, beginning with the Standard. On the top page of the Standard, revealed how fugitive in U.S. lover's death was caught. That is Kevin Kang'ethe. Kevin Kang'ethe, who is a fugitive wanted in the U.S. for murdering his lover, has been caught and was caught in Ngong, and the Standard is highlighting how he got caught, where exactly he got caught, and who maybe tipped off the police for him to be caught. And then right here, still on the Standard, we have fake papers, 700 civil servants on a state payroll. As Marie has said, that has also been touched on the front page of the Daily Nation. And still on the Standard front page, we have lovers paint city red to celebrate Valentine's Day. If you were in the CBD yesterday, you can attest to that, because the entire city was just looking red, with our flowers being sold, teddy bears, and many more things being sold on the streets of Nairobi CBD, to be specific. And on the back page rather of the Standard, we have the most expensive female player. Apparently Zambia's Rachel Kundandaji, I hope I've not butchered her name, is the most paid female player in history. She is only 23 years old. If you want to know more about the superstar player from Zambia, you can just get a copy of the Standard and get to know her story. And on the Star, we have top Ruto men differ over key House bill. Now, Monica Juma contradicts AG Muturi and says contentious bill originated from state law. That story is on the Star of page 4 and 5 of the Star. And still on that same page, they've actually put two photos together, the agape love and romance. You know, there are people in church, you know, for the Ash Wednesday, and then the city being painted red. So there's that story as well. You can get your copy of the Star, get your copy of the Standard or the Daily Nation for you to get to know what is happening in the world of news, as Marie will be letting us know as well what she has highlighted on the news today.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Vivian. So let's get to the news now, where President William Ruto has urged Mount Kenya leaders to tone down the succession politics and help the Kenya Kwanza government fulfill its development agenda. Speaking after launching various development projects in Lari, Kiambu County, the president said the country's economy was on the recovery trajectory, and the hard decisions he undertook were now bearing fruit. Give us some minor begins our bulletin this morning.
President William Ruto on Wednesday embarked on a development tour of the Mount Kenya region. His first stop was in Lari, Kiambu County, where he launched Uplands Kijabe Maimahi Road that will link with the Mau Mau Road and Lari Market before heading to Murang'a County.
Hizi barabara zenu zote za Mau Mau. Sasa nimepanga, nilikuwa China mwaka uliopita. Nimekubaliana na rais wa kule, nimekubaliana na waegezaji wengine, na sasa tuko na pesa ya kukamilisha hizi barabara, ndio nimekuja kusema hapa leo Lari.
The president, accompanied by his deputy Rigathi Gachagua, urging leaders to work together for the sake of those who elected them and stop the rivalries.
Kwa hivyo wewe governor, pesa nimeleta, tukiwa na rais, fanyia hawa wananchi kazi. Watu lazima wafanyiwe kazi.
Mimi ndio nitapinga governor wa Matangi hapa Kiambu County.
Mambo ya siasa, tutulize mambo ya siasa jameni. Kwanza tufanye kazi ya hawa wananchi. Mambo ya siasa ya 2027 tuachane nayo.
The president said the hard choices he made when he took over office were giving tangible results and that the economy was gradually stabilizing as the country is in the right path to honor its obligation to pay the Eurobond debt.
Jana sasa tumepata shilingi karibu bilioni 250 ya kulipa madeni ya Kenya. Hiyo madeni ilikuwa inatusumbua. Tumekalia kwa mwaka mmoja, tumeweka mpango ya sawasawa na Kenya haitateseka tena. kwa mambo ya madeni, tutapanga mambo yetu vizuri.
Sasa mwaka moja rais ameng'ang'ana na madeni, amefaulu, amerudi kwa kiwanja. Sasa rais ako kazini na hii barabara yote itafanyiwa kazi.
The head of state vowed to fully implement the affordable housing program and promised to facilitate job creations both locally and abroad to address unemployment challenges.
Report ya public participation inakuwa table kwa bunge, na kuanzia kesho alasiri tutapitisha mswada mpya wa affordable housing bill.
The president directed junior secondary schools to admit students free of charge, saying the government has released their tuition fee.
Kama kuna mtoto wako nyumbani ati hajaenda shuleni kwa sababu ya CBC, mimi nasema huyo mtoto aende shuleni kesho bila ya kuulizwa pesa, watoto waende wasome shuleni.
As he embarked on a development tour in Kiambu, Murang'a and other counties in the larger Mount Kenya region, President William Ruto has warned political leaders to shun succession politics and instead focus on service delivery. Giverson Minor, Prime Edition in Lari, Kiambu County.
Thank you, Giverson Minor. Now, a Baringo member of County Assembly and 2 others will spend the night, in police custody after being arrested for staging demonstrations against escalating banditry in the county. Now, the demonstrations, organized by the Kenya National Union of Teachers and the Kenya Post-Primary Education Teachers, KOPET, saw teachers and residents march to the streets of Carbonet town to protest the killing of a school head teacher on Saturday last week.
Thomas Kibet, a head teacher at Kagir Primary School in Baringo North, was killed early Saturday morning by bandits. Wednesday, teachers and residents marched to the streets of Kabarnet town, protesting the escalating incidents or calling for swift government action. As demonstrators attempted entry into the county commissioner's office, police lobbed tear gas to disperse the angry demonstrators who are accusing the county security team of laxity.
From what we've seen, it is no longer banditry. Actually, it is terrorism. Yes. So we want to ask the president to really come forward and fight this thing once and for all.
I want to ask and I want to plead to our president. Yes. Baringo County, I included, we voted you for only one reason. Yes. To give us peace, to give us security, for guns to be silent.
Yes. There is no development that will happen in Baringo. There is no road that we can use because we are short. There is no house we can live even if you build them. The first initiative that the government of His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, whom we voted to the man in the election, is to bring peace in Baringo.
We've lost the fathers. We've lost the mothers. We've lost the children, we've lost the teachers, and we've lost quite a number of people. They should be compensated.
Following the confrontations, police arrested Barwesa MCA Josephat Lokorio and 2 others for participating in the demos. And as police battled demonstrators in Baringo North, there was yet another demonstration, this time in the neighboring Baringo South, as residents called on the government to demonstrate seriousness in handling banditry. 9 people have lost their lives in Baringo North at the hands of bandits in January.
Jake Yuri reporting. Now, the President's advisor on national security, Monica Juma, has differed with Attorney General Justin Muturi regarding the origin of a proposed law that seeks to remove the public seal from the office of the Attorney General to the office of the Head of Public Service. Now, appearing before a joint sitting of Justice and Security Committees, the presidential advisor said that the National Administrative Laws Amendment Bill had gone through the office of the Attorney General, contrary to Muturi's claims. This is Public Service Commission opposed the transfer of the public seal from the AG's office.
Assembly Committees on Security and Justice jointly invited President William Ruto's National Security Advisor, Monica Juma, and the Public Service Commission to ventilate on the National Administrative Laws Amendment Bill. Juma, while differing with Attorney General Justin Muturi, indicated the legislative proposal had gone through the AG's office as required by the law.
The Honorable Attorney General was here before us yesterday, and he said he has never seen this bill. Would you care to comment on that?
What is the source of this bill? Have you seen a policy paper on this bill?
I have with me a document, actually, which I was referencing, that was signed by the AG. That is what I'm referencing.
On Tuesday, while appearing before the Justice Committee, Attorney General Justin Muturi said he was not aware of the origin of the bill that was moved by Leader of Majority Kimani Ichung'wah. The bill seeks to, among others, establish the Office of Head of Public Service that will be the custodian of the public seal, among other functions. The Public Service Commission, while appearing before the same committees, opposed the proposal to transfer the public seal from the AG's office, saying it would abuse the doctrine of separation of powers.
But the public seal that is used to seal documents that are either between the government and other governments, or that are, really the government's issues, should be in the custody of the Attorney General, because the Attorney General is the chief legal advisor.
MPs read the Riot Act to the various government agencies for speaking at cross purposes regarding various government-sponsored bills.
A government must work like an orchestra, that the left hand and the right hand must know what the left or the right hand is doing.
And everything here is a whole lot of confusion. So why don't you put your own government in order and give us something that essentially is fully internalized, that has the support of the government of the day.
Despite the doublespeak by the National Executive regarding the source of the bill, the two joint committees will retreat to prepare a report that will be considered by the plenary. Gishoki Washira, Prime Edition, Parliament Buildings, Nairobi.
Thank you, Gishoki Washira. On that note, let's take a break. I'll be back with more news.
Sasa kimya kotini. Wewe mzee, nakuulizaje? Hii hata mtoto wa kuzaliwa ya mtosha? Hii
nani alimletea?
Si anasema wewe ndio ulileta.
Na wewe ni mtu wa online ama wewe ni mtu wa kushonewa nguo?
Mimi sijui. Hakuna kitu online hakuna.
Sijui. Ulisemea kwa online ama ulisemea wapi?
Kwa online.
Kwa online?
Yeah.
Tuliongea na wewe ana kwa online.
Ambao
wewe nyamasa, si wewe nauliza wewe namna gani bwana? Na wewe ni mtu ambaye yuko na akili msuri.
Ndio conman.
Kwa nini unaota vitu za tori na wewe mwenyewe uko na pick machine? Why? Kuna mahali wewe uliakisa tukuletee bidhaa kutoka online? Abana, si ndio? Ndio. Si utoke tu nje tafadhali. Mimi sitaki kelele na wewe tafadhali. Please.
Habari njema kutoka redio yako pendwa ya Ingo FM kwa wakazi na mashabiki wa Bungoma. Sasa Ingo FM inasikika Ingo Bungoma kupitia masafa ya 103.5 FM. Sikiliza na uchangie, burudika ukifurahia uhondo wa kipekee kwa lugha ya nyumbani.
Awamu ya Baraga UCC, Natural Sweetness.
Kadhalika, tegea Ingo FM ukiwa maeneo ya Kakamega, Busia, Vihiga na Trans Nzoia kupitia 101.5 FM.
Isinikoli omwana wa kwendo mkhana wa imoni dala nombo nyala kunanga KK.
Ingo FM, ininginingi ye Muitala.
Welcome back. We continue with the news where members of the National Assembly on Wednesday sustained their push for the release of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, saying Treasury is not being committed to its promises. The members of Parliament were reacting to Treasury's statement presented in Parliament on the delays, expressed fear that the outstanding 47 billion shillings may not be disbursed before the end of the financial year.
Undertaking, Kenya shillings 10 billion was disbursed to the board in the month of January 2024 and has so far been disbursed to the constituencies. As confirmed that plans are underway to release 10 billion by the end of February.
Now, Honorable Sirma is coming here today, the 14th of February, still talking about the 10 billion that was released way back in January. Yet, they were only remaining with about 4.5 months to the end of the financial year. And NGCDF is not just about bursaries. You know that. It's about projects which have been planned for.
At a time like this last year, we heard about the highest constituency had received 14 million. This year, the lowest is 30 million. Honorable Speaker, those are facts. We have the records. If we go by that scale, then I wouldn't be wrong to say that by the time we close this financial year, just like it happened last year, that every constituency will have received the entire amount in their accounts.
This is affecting economic growth of the country, because if you don't give money to the grassroots for development, you are slowing general economic growth of the country. If you give money towards the end of the financial year, it has implications on budget absorption. The chairman should come out clearly and explain to this House what steps he's going to take to ensure that in the shortest time possible, all the disbursements are made to CDF accounts.
Moving on, Catholic faithful across the country marked Ash Wednesday, which symbolizes the, symbolizes the beginning of 40 days of Lent. At the Holy Family Basilica in Nairobi, the Archbishop of Nairobi, Philip Anyolo, called on Christians to use the period which leads up to Easter to strengthen their relationship with God through fasting, praying, and sharing with the less fortunate in the society.
Wednesday afternoon at the Holy Family Basilica in Nairobi County. Such are the melodies that usher you into the Lenten season. Ash Wednesday is a day of repentance when Christians confess their sins and profess their devotion to God. It is also a reminder of human mortality and the need for reconciliation with God. During Mass, ashes are placed on worshippers' forehead in the shape of a cross. The Archbishop of Nairobi, Philip Anyolo, has called on Christians to use this period to get closer to God.
Let us give our bodies a rest from alcohol and from many other things that we are calling drugs everywhere. So let us give up anything that is toxic in our lives. Toxic kwa vyakula na vile toxic pia kwa maneno, kwa maongezi, kwa mawazo na kwa matendo pia.
It's a time that it makes us be close to God and kind of come and say sorry for our sins, and then we also say sorry for our families.
He also challenged the government to tighten the noose in the war against corruption.
Unapoongea kwamba imepigana ufisadi unazidi kuongezeka. Na najaribu kupigana ufisadi sio kutoka tu juu na kutoka juu, lakini pia tupigana ufisadi hata kutoka chini. Kwa sababu ufisadi pia uko kati yetu. Actually sio ya kwamba tunaongea sasa hiyo ufisadi kama jambo ambalo liko nje huko na mbali, bali sisi wenyewe maumbile yetu ni ufisadi.
At St. Anne and Joachim Catholic Church in Dumberi, Kiambu County, Catholic faithful were urged to use this period to pray, repent and share with the less fortunate in society.
We are calling upon our Christians all over the world and all over the country that we hearken to the voice of the Lord that is inviting us today to return to Him. Where we have gone astray, it is time to come back to the Lord. He is willing and ready to receive us back.
The same message was delivered to worshippers at St. Anne Muthure in Kikuyu, Kiambu County.
Bushwa ya kwamba maisha yetu hapa duniani ni mafupi, tena tunakubushwa kujinyenyekeza mbele zake Mwenyezi Mungu, tukijiona sisi ni wadhaifu, ni wanyonge, na yule tu ataweza kutuinua juu ni Mungu mwenyewe.
And at Our Lady Lourdes Catholic Church in Machakos County, Christian faithful were urged not to give up despite tough economic times.
Kuna ugumu wa kimaisha, lakini naamini ya kwamba viongozi wetu wakiangalia, kuna mambo ambayo tunaweza kuyafanya vizuri ili maisha ya mwananchi wa kawaida yawe mazuri.
Ikiwa uko na shida, tuseme wewe ni mwanarika ama ni binadamu ama ni mtu yeyote, tafadhalini nenda uone makasisi wetu, tuombe na tuhakikishe kwamba usinyamaze ukiwa na shida.
It is time we came down from our pedestals. This time we learn to be humble to serve people. It's time we stop thumping our chest and showing off our wealth and our power. It's time we walked where the poor walk.
As Catholic faithful mark the beginning of Lent, they have been called upon to use this period to pray, repent and help the needy in society. Nancy Okware, reporting from Holy Family Basilica, Nairobi.
Thank you, Nancy. Now, this year's Valentine's Day celebrations in the country went beyond traditional acts of intimacy with several displays of brotherly love. While a 70-year-old man rekindled his love with his 60-year-old bride as they exchanged vows in Kiambu, university students in Kakamega celebrated the day by donating shoes to needy students. But the festivities were, however, dampened by the recent cases of femicide. Frederick Parsayo sampled how Kenyans celebrated the Valentine's Day.
If you think you are too old to tie the knot, Edward Murori Karome will prove you wrong. The 70-year-old retired civil servant exchanged wedding vows with his 60-year-old bride, Lois Mbitiro, before his congregation at African Inland Church, Kiambu, on Valentine's Day.
We wanted to make it look unique, away from the ordinary or traditional way of running weddings on Saturdays.
What planned for it is to be on a Valentine's Day. It was a coincidence.
In Kisumu, the county's First Lady, Dorothy Nyong'o, called for enhanced security to curb murders.
We want to call upon the authorities to take charge.
It was a similar treat in Nakuru County, with the less fortunate receiving a treat from a community-based organization dubbed Street Children Assistance Network.
They've also decided to give every beneficiary of this project a food hamper.
In Nairobi's city center, the usual red was plenty in clothes and streets with lovebirds marking the day in style.
Least nimeona my love of my life maua, and at least to appreciate.
You don't have to expect flowers from men or expect anything from men. You can do it yourself, you can treat yourself, you can take yourself out for a date.
And journalists in Nairobi were this time the beneficiaries of Cafe Deli's Hotels Valentine's gift that is now in its 5th year.
The media has made sure that we are aware of what's happening around us. So it helps, the data they give us helps us make decisions for now and the future. And we appreciate the fact that they are the reason we are still probably in business today.
Parsai Frederick, Prime Edition.
Now, effective midnight, you will pay 1 shilling less for fuel. In its monthly review, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, has announced that a litre of super petrol, diesel and kerosene will all reduce by 1 shilling. EPRA Director General, that is Daniel Kipto, indicates that the pump price for diesel has been cross-subsidized by super petrol, while that of kerosene has been fully subsidized by Petroleum Development Levy Kitty. Now, the average landed cost for super petrol and kerosene reduced by 1.71%, while diesel was cheaper by 3.08%. In Nairobi, a litre of super petrol will retail at 206 shillings and 36 cents, diesel at 195 shillings and 47 cents, while kerosene costs 193 shillings and 23 cents. The shilling further gained ground against the dollar on Wednesday, with currency traders quoting the local unit at 153 shillings and 43 cents per dollar during mid-morning trade. The shilling has been supported by dollar inflows from the issuance of $1.5 billion Eurobond, which has seen the local unit gain 11 shillings over the past 1 week.
For the past 9 days, the shilling has been on rally, literally extending gains against the US dollar. Currency traders this morning quoted the shilling at 153 shillings and 43 cents per dollar from a high of 165 against the greenback a week ago. The local unit has been supported by dollar inflows from the successful issuance of $1.5 billion Eurobond that will mature in the year 2031.
We are more optimistic that the economic landscape will continue to evolve more favorably, and signs are already evident that we are turning around. Investor sentiment has reversed remarkably.
A statement from the National Treasury Tuesday indicated that the latest Eurobond attracted a strong demand, with a high-quality order book exceeding $6 billion. The Kenyan shilling has also gained against East African currencies, rising against both the Tanzanian and Ugandan shilling. Weri Mujenga for Lunchtime News.
From business, we now look at sports, where with less than a week before the start of the 2025 FIBA AfroBasket Qualifiers tournament, the Kenya men's basketball, that is the national team, Morans, have received a sponsorship boost of 200,000 shillings and 2 sets of kits from the Eliud Owalo Foundation. Now, the team is set to travel to Tunisia, where the tournament will begin on the 19th of this month.
And assistant coach Cliff Owar have a provisional list of 30 players who are expected to represent Kenya in the first window of the AfroBasket qualifiers in Tunisia. The first leg of the Continental Showpiece will take place from between the 19th to 27th of this month in Tunis, Tunisia. The Cabinet Secretary Eliud Owalo, who was flanked by Kenya Basketball Federation officials, visited the Morans at their training ground at the Nyayo National Gymnasium in Nairobi. Owalo promised to give his unwavering support to the basketball team through the Eliud Owalo Foundation, which has been a frontier in supporting local talents.
The Eliud Owalo Foundation is going to sponsor a national basketball tournament featuring the top 8 teams in the Premier League, in the KBF Premier League, which will be played here at Nyayo Stadium, among other venues within Nairobi.
The team is in its second week of training ahead of the qualifier showdown with Owar, expecting the final lot of foreign-based players to join the rest as they eye a second consecutive return to the Continental Showpiece.
Basketball played a fundamental role in making us what we are today, during our youthful days. So, depending on unfolding events from time to time, we will give back to the game by supporting our teams.
Kenya will battle Angola, Ivory Coast and Guinea in Group D for a place in the finals. Nora Mwangi for Prime Edition.
The government says it will support world marathon record holder Kelvin Kiptum's family in providing a befitting farewell for the late national hero. In a cabinet meeting chaired by President William Ruto at State House, Nairobi, the cabinet paid tribute to Kiptum, describing him a sporting powerhouse whose record-shattering achievements inspired millions around the world. The meeting observed a minute's silence in honor of both Kiptum and his coach, that is Garvis Hazikimana, who both died in a car accident on Sunday night. The cabinet also noted ongoing interventions by the Ministry of Sports to better protect Kenya's sporting icons and urged all road users to uphold traffic laws and practice safe road use. Well, and that story by Emmanuel Ndongo brings us to the end of the news this morning. Thank you so much for taking the time to start your day with us here on Good Morning Kenya. It's Entertainment Thursday, so that means Vivian and DJ Unique will be here to steer you through the Entertainment Thursday together with our guests. My name is Marie Yambo, and I hope to see you again next week, God willing.
Unique boy. My love, my chane no ka no bella. I do no me la chaloriwa. Go jela safi, mali fine, mali rafi, ma yote yangu. Mali safi, katoto fine wine, mari daddy, ma yote yangu. Abebo yawa, iber sana. Abebo yawa, inkani yawa. Ernikende maloma, nimi kaonge manai natina. Yue, kakawinjo bemora, niti monai chunya emomora. Bidi dongeo. And I heard you, mama me na June. We take it don't get walking June. And I heard you, mama me na June. What can I do for you, girl, to be worthy? Cause you're so special to me. Without you, girl, I can breathe. Jameni surubuta mama, oni kwa kama minyoro.
The DJ other DJs wanna be. It's the one and only.
DJ Unique, the messenger.
When God, He made me, He said I'm perfect. With all my flaws, I'm worth it. So there's nothing I'm lacking. My vibe is golden. See, I'm walking, I'm chosen. So I say goodbye to the stereotypes. Say I'm walking high. So I pick myself up, head high, I'm up tall with my high heels, leaving blind, tongue tied, I'm grinding and vibing, call all you want, I ain't turning. Yeah, I'm on my way up, I won't stop, I'm on a mission, I'ma wake up, living blind, tongue tied, I'm grinding and vibing, call all you want, I ain't turning. Cause I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman. Yeah, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman. I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman. I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a woman.
Play the music that flows in my ears, moving me swiftly from side to side. When I see your eyes, I see the light. Got me having butterflies when you put in the smirk. Yeah, they say you're too hot for my coldness. They say you're too strong for my weakness. Well, it's too classy for this ordinary girl. Yeah, I don't wanna be alone, missing the warmth of your cologne. I really don't care about what they say. I just want you by my side, by my side, by my side. Oh, by my side. You got everything I want nothing more. Your smile lights up my world. This feeling is magical. I couldn't open up. Music was the way to reach you, to let you know I love you. You say you're too hot for my coldness. You say you're too strong for my weakness. Well, it's too classy for this ordinary girl. I don't wanna be alone.
On KBC Channel 1, we are a TV station like no other. Get a taste of the best in entertainment.
Yes, indeed.
Feel the passion.
Will you promise me?
I swear that you will never lose me. I can't get married to you.
I'm sure you knew about it. That's why you're making fun of me.
Experience the drama.
Get out! Who is the man in this one?
And the laughter.
Hii wigi umevaa kichwani. Zile wakati tulikuwa tunaapishwa tukapewa mheshimiwa.
Move to the beat.
We are live from Broadcasting House.
And get informed on the latest happenings. KBC Channel 1.
Wow.
We are the full package.
Oh, yes.
And Kenya's watching.
Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm a friend. A friend who wants to tell you that your husband has been cheating on you for a very long time. Are you serious? You heard me.
Alonzo wants me out of this business, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Remember that time when you told me that you were leaving Serio? It never crossed my mind that you have a wicked plan of getting another man, which eventually turned out to be your sister's boyfriend. And to top it off, you're expecting his baby. No wonder why your father suffered a heart attack. Shut up!
Didn't I tell you that I'm going to stay here?
I'll never leave you. I'm not going to leave you.
Waniumiza moyo wangu.
Wewe kama Muislamu utakapomtembelea ndugu yako, Mtume sallallahu alaihi wasallam anasema hakuna Muislamu yoyote atakayemtembelea ndugu yake Muislamu wakati ambapo ni mgonjwa, ikawa muda wake wa kuishi upo katika dunia, bado upo, ule ni mtihani tu Allah amempa kwa ugonjwa kama ule.
Yule ambaye atamtembelea mgonjwa, natija ambayo anaipata ni kuwa wakati ambapo upo katika ile wodi ambayo umeenda kumtembelea yule mgonjwa ama katika chumba chake, itakuwa ni kana kwamba upo katika bustani, katika mabustani ya pepo ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Follow him, we save our soul. We take our love for our profit. Kesho siku na mchana hawalali, wanakesha mpaka kwa waganga hawalali. God, you shine like a diamond, diamond. Everybody wanna board your boat. Oh, you shine like a diamond. Oh, my baby's so original, not photocopy. Even the elders, all of them are copy. My baby's so original, not photocopy. All these nobodies and somebody's a copy. Baby's quality, she don't copy. The only original copy. She's a fashionista and she's a star. She's not even on social media, but she's a star. The way you go, original. The way you smile, you don't copy. The way you dance, original. The way you walk, you don't copy. The way you talk, original. The way you smile, you don't copy. Oh baby, only you matter. No matter what they say or do, only you matter. I'm so like it. Shoulders, knees, and toes. Move to the right, move to the left. ABC, 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 ABC. Dance. ABC, 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 ABC. Tembea, 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 tembea. Lean back and tembea, 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 tembea. Tembea, tembea, lean back and tembea, tembea, and move to the right and club. Move to the left and club. Move to the right and club. Move to the left and club. Everybody clap, 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 clap. Again, clap, 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 clap. ABC, 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 ABC. Unakulanga nini? Mbona unakaa hivi fiti? Umenichanganisha moyo, my baby. Unapendanga nini? Sema na nitakukabidhi. Umenimaliza moyo, my baby. Jiachilie, baby, filanga fili. Unapenda kujibamba, basi katika nami, jiburudishe, baby, filanga fili. Unapenda kujibamba, basi katika nami. Tikisa, tikisa, mama.
Original.
The dope boy from Nairobi, Kenya.
Unakulanga nini? Mbona unakaa hivi fiti? Umenichanganisha moyo, my baby. Unapendanga nini? Sema na nitakukabidhi. Umenimaliza moyo, my baby. Jiachilie, baby, filanga fili. Unapenda kujibamba, basi katika nami, jiburudishe, baby, filanga fili. Unapenda kujibamba, basi katika nami. Tikisa, tikisa, mama. Tikisa, tikisa, we dada. Tikisa, tikisa, mama. Tikisa, tikisa, we dada.
Kase, original.
Yeah. Maswiti tomato chocolate, unawatisha kwa mitaa, kila ukipita ni balaa. Hapa ni mbwembwe ulala, songea zitubambe, na rumba tusakate, nishike kama fande, tufike kila pande, kokote uendako, you know I will follow you.
You know how we do it right here on Good Morning Kenya Entertainment Thursday. It is this beautiful Thursday morning, the 15th of February. Welcome to the show. This is where we get to entertain you. We get to bring you some of the best people we have in the entertainment scene. And today is no different, as I am joined by two amazing artists. One is a hype man, by the way, lakini bado ni artist. We have Jeff Logan on my immediate left, and we have Guda Man. Anakuanga na majina mingi, nitamwacha ajiintroduce. Beginning with you, Guda.
Hey, good morning, Nairobi, Kenya. Good morning, Kenya, East Africa. This is Africa's mega hype man, Guda Man, Dalakula, Genje, Kobomada, Bojo, Desia, Dana for Shizo. And if the name is nice, you have to say it twice. Guda Man, Dalakula, Genje, Kobomada, Bojo, Desia, Dana for Shizo.
Usually, every Jeff sema hizo jina zake.
Mimi wewe nimenishinda ndio leo bwana.
Anatuambia tipi.
Nishinda kujiintroduce hata mzee.
I know.
Akona so much.
Nimeacha.
Guda Genje kama kula.
Kama kula. Hata niseme ni Guda, Guda Man.
Guda Man.
Dalakula.
Dalakula.
So Dalakula is a Sheng word meaning hustler.
Okay.
Meaning hustler mbaya.
So ni Sheng ya wapi hata sijaisikia.
Hiyo ni nini? Jerry.
Okay, Dalakula.
Lakini kwa kitambo. Genje, you know Genje. Genje ni kitu poa. Kobo ni askari. Kobo. So mimi kama singekuwa msanii ningekuwa afisa.
Okay.
Kobo.
Afande.
Madobo. Madobo ni dancer.
Okay.
Kobo Madobo. Jodesi ni Jordan. Alafu ya Danu, you don't know for Shizo.
Ndio najua hizo vitu zote leo sasa.
What?
Ikifika mahali mipotea.
Okay, hata siwezi ruzirudia hata kama tuelezea hivyo one by one.
Lakini joto Guda ni
hustler, Kobo,
askari.
Madobo.
Kobo ndo askari.
Askari.
Hiyo najua sawa.
Hiyo siwezi.
Introduce yourself to the people, Jeff.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I go by the name Jeff Logan, aka Son of Chesebe, singer-songwriter, producer, multi-instrumentalist. Msanii wenye tu humble hapo. Mkalenjin mhandsome.
Sipala basi. Yesterday was Valentine's. You have a Valentine's song. Okay, it's not necessarily a Valentine's song, but Dunda iko na vibe ya Valentine's na bado iko na vibe ya dance, lakini hatuiongelelei sahi. Mimi nataka kujua jana mlidu. Jeff, jana ulifanya?
Jana nilikuwa kazi.
Kazi gani? Muulize kazi gani?
Nilikuwa kazi, nilikuwa hapo ma emails ni nini? Wacha tu.
As per your last email.
Yeah, as per my, lazima tu ninge. Mapenzi kidogo. Acha tuone weekend na kaje, but jana nilikuwa tu shughuli.
Unajua nashanga because when someone goes through your catalog, that is your YouTube, ngoma zako nyingi za mapenzi. Tena watu wa kuimba mapenzi bado wanatuangusha.
Showbiz.
Showbiz.
Mapenzi. Hata Guda waambie.
Kwani umefanywa nini Guda? Character. Umepigwa character development it out. What were you doing yesterday?
Oh, yesterday. Of course I was working.
Yeah,
I was working.
What kind of work?
On my next project. I was working on my next project. Yeah, but I'm not married.
Okay. Siulizi kama uko single, siulizangi hizo maswali.
You know, when you're not married, either you're single or you're not single. But you're just not married.
Akunanga hizo zingine. It's either married or not married.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay. So clearly nyam kwenda men's conference. DJ alisema alikuwa men's conference. Lakini hizo ni chocha.
Basi kama kutuona tukukua.
Amesema.
Atukukua huko. We don't atuko huko. What was men's conference again?
Main conference.
Ni nini hiyo? We don't understand.
Clap for them.
Why don't understand? Lakini lazima wanaume tujijali. Understand?
Wanaume. Na tukukua men's conference.
Nashtuka kwani mbona mkuu?
Sisi ni madem. Bro.
Tulikuwa kazi.
Kazi muhimu.
25
Sema tu tulikuwa tu boys conferences.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on with it. Mimi ndo naulizana maswali hapa.
Lakini mbona jana hukumpost?
Si tumetoka mambo ya Valentine. Sasa tumeingia kwa muziki.
Okay.
Now Guda and Jeff, both of you are into the music scene. Mmekuwa kwa scene for a while. You know, Guda, I don't know if you started off as a hype man or directly as a musician, because with the way I knew you as a hype man.
Yeah.
One of the baddest hype men we have in the country, by the way. And I hypingi karibu kila event tukienda Guda ako huko. Huko. Kule. Alright, so just tell me where your love for music came from.
I think music came first. Even before I fell in love with hype and MC and anything else that I do, music came first. I think my mom was very intentional in Nimeanza kuongea kizungu. So mother akiwa kijana, unajua alikuwa anazaga tu hizo malingala manini. Alafu madhangu alikuwa kwa mistress, right? Alikuwa mistress. Wala anajua malako. Walako ka Yesu. Hizo asali wangaenda na anawafanya hizo mambo. So I think yangu ilitoka from my mom, and then the way she used to play some kind of music, that's when I fell in love with music. And then now after high school, I fell in love with hype. Yeah, so music came first. I have a couple of music that I've written which I haven't yet released. So nilikuwa najitaga tu mimi am a recording artist but not a performing artist. But this year ndo nimeamua I want to be a performing artist and I want to do music as well. Yeah.
So when hype came in, it took over music. So right now is when you want to go back fully into music?
Yeah, because kulikuwa na time fulani like we were so many artists and then we want to go for an event. Alafu kuna gari moja. Hiyo gari moja inabeba watu 5. So ni nani ataachwa, nani ataenda. So ukiwa na MC lazima MC aende. Lazima wasanii na DJ aende. So hivyo ndo nilifanya niaje muziki. Sitaki kuachwa nyuma. So muziki akaanda acha nikuweka MC niende. So hivyo ndo actually hype ilianza.
Okay. Yeah. Jeff, where did your love for music begin?
I think yangu ni quite the same story because nilipick from my parents na rumba mingi manze. Mzae pale kina Franco, kina Madilu all along. So like nili grasp muziki yangu from your point. Then nilianza za drama. Mimi nilikuwa nacheza drums kwa church nikiwa class 5 huko hivyo. So nikaona wacha nitafute pesa mingi zaidi niingie kwa mic. So nikaingia kwa mic. And hiyo ilikuwa in high school as well. So and here we are.
Most of you mnaanzanga muziki mkiwa kanisani. So what happens? Inakuja kuna badilika
Bado
What
tuko church.
happens?
No.
Nini ilikufanyikia? You was once such a good boy. Lovely boy.
No, bado niko church.
Yaani anacheza mpaka drums, akimaliza hapo aenda anacheza keys.
Unajua bado ni
Unajua unamsikia lakini hivi anaepoa story. This guy pia ni wa church. Hadi sasa.
I know.
But
I know Guda used to do ngoma za church.
Church. What happened?
What happened? What happened?
What is wrong?
By the way, I remember.
No, actually, I'm genuinely asking what happens because hata wasanii wengi ambao we've had on the show, most of them ukisikia stories zao where they started, where they fell in love with music, utasikia mambo ya walikuwa nasikiza ngoma home, walikuwa naenda church, wanaingia kwa kwaya ya church and all that. But then kisikia siku hizi mtu anachapa urban tone vibaya sana. So what happens? Just tell me, is it that uko ndo kuna do kwa secular ama it's just you grow up and then you get to...
I think that part of growing up is very important. You know, when you're growing up, you learn and you relearn and you unlearn some of the things that tumekuwa kifundishwa na in terms of religion, in terms of kenye watu wamekuwa kuambia mabeshte zako, even school itself. You know, sometimes when you're done with school, then you come to realize kumbe hadi hii si kitu nilikuwa nafaa nifanye, nilikuwa nafaa nifanye kitu kingine. So I think with growth and time, you realize that some things are important, some things are not very important. And for me, nilikam ku notice that my vertical relationship is better than the horizontal relationship. You sana hiyo wenye kila mtu anafikiria ni aje. So you are a perfect person, blah 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 blah, and then huku hivi inakuwa ni noma. So hii kiwa fiti, hii ingine itakuwa fiti. So I don't really think via say about music and how you're supposed to do your music, which it is God given. Everyone is gifted in God amempatia, you understand? So when this is okay, then this will be okay. I have no problem.
I love that analogy, a vertical, you know, as long as your relationship with God is good, where
alafu mimi niliambiwa if you ever kama utaulizwa about your spiritual relationship, wasema tu you believe that he came, he died and he rose. Done.
That's it.
Masani ya sadaka.
Jiachilie. Vilanga free.
Yuko anaimba ya tupeana filanga free. Nasikia hiyo ni kanisa yetu.
Toeni sadaka.
Iko.
Toeni filanga free.
Naitwa free.
Sijaisikia hiyo ya filanga free. But anyway. Moving on. Now I want us to speak about the Kenyan music industry as it is right now.
Yeah.
According to you, Jeff, unaweza sema industry ya Kenya saizi pahali iko tuko wapi? And I want you to rate it a rate of 1 to 5. 5 being tuko tops, 1 being we are doing badly off.
I think mimi nasema tuko around 2.5.
2.5. Tuko half.
Tuko half. Of which pia okay, acha tuseme tucheze na hapo for now because I believe Kenya iko na potential mazee. Ukiangalia so many artists wanatokanga nje, wanakujanga Kenya. Hawendi Uganda, hawendi ni okay. Sijui about that, but most of them najuanga tu wanakuja huku hivi because huku business ya music iko inaeleweka. Wasanii ni wadope. Tuko na like the best live act artist. Msee akiingia tu show apige tu live performance yake unafurahi. Tuko na wengi sana. So I think tuko point yenye personally na feel gava intervene ingilie ianze ku create like systems fulani. Itakuwa much better because msanii anakaa hivi tunakula peanuts. Unaona? Kina Guda saizi ndio wanakula fiti huko nje. Unaona? Tunaona. But sasa sisi tumebaki hapo wasi wa live act. I think the main source of income yanakuja fiti ni through live acts na ma streams. But pia kuna vitu zingine of which ukiangalia wasanii wa nje wana earn so well na vitu kama hizo ma streams na nini. Kuna mtu specialize kama songwriter mahali. Kina Nio and stuff like that. And they're earning so well. Waduku hivi kwa songwriter unapewa tu zako za macho hivi like una step. So I feel like kuna vitu mingi zenye zikiwe kwenye right way tutakuwa
fiti.
Because talent iko.
Yeah, the talent is there.
Iko, yeah.
No doubt. Good. 1 to 5, where are we?
Me hata stongelea kuhusu music because we are very talented. Me don't tu kuhusu wase. Stop looking on the wrong direction.
Exactly.
You lose.
Ujatupatia rating yako lakini.
Mimi nasema ni 5 lakini wase
We are a 5.
Five top. Wase support Kenyan music. It's we ni kama hawa yako ina ban. Alafu unaangalia mwingine. Understand? So you're looking at the wrong direction. So if you all focus on the right direction, kama saizi kuna movement fulani into urban tone.
Yeah.
People don't understand how powerful that music is. Tumekuwa tukamrealize kwa settings zetu zile za right now every DJ has a set of urban tone, has a mix on YouTube of urban tone, and that's how Gengeton started. So if we don't catch up with this wave, itatuacha. You understand? Now watu wanakuja kina Kapi wanaua, kina Godi tena wanaua sana. You understand? So ni tuache tu kuangalia. But mimi muziki iko top.
Siko sawa. You've called it a wave. I remember when Gengeton came in, people said it's a wave. It's gonna come. Ipite. So now I don't know if Gengeton inaweza sema imepita. I feel like urban tone has come to take over. It's like a baby, mtoto wa Gengeton. You know, and sasa imegrow, ime take over. Do you feel like it's gonna get to a point also pia urban tone ipote? And why is it that our genres zinakuja zikienda instead of just sticking and, you know, us having an identity?
I think number one, even Amapiano in Kenya is a wave.
But it's not our sound.
But it is a wave. Ilikuwa wave Kenya. Right now urban tone inatoa
Amapiano.
It's the same as Nigerian music ikitolewa na Gengeton. That's how Amapiano inatolewa na urban tone. You understand? So yes, it might be a wave, but these people when wana grow saizi wanaenda kuwa household names, and they will now understand maybe my sound. See maybe hii urban tone, my sound ni. So for now, if they are doing urban tone music, let's support them. So if it's a wave, watch it wave. Lakini to ride na wave, we become who we want to become, and then now we make a statement of, and then tajijua tu. So it's okay. Me, I'm supporting urban tone. All day, every day.
Are you planning on doing an urban?
Of course.
Definitely.
Ushafanya ama?
Acha iko surprise. Ijatoka.
But you're gonna do it.
Lazima.
Yeah, he's a producer. So you're planning on doing something?
Lazima.
Who are you looking to collaborate with, maybe?
Acha niweke chini ya maji. Ndio msianze kusema alisema sitaki kujijinx. But just know that definitely ni kitu yenye na work on, and lazima tu tusonge na tuna support any sound inakam. So long as the goal is to just maintain Kenyan music yetu hapa. Tujigrow mwenyewe.
You had talked about live performances. Uliziita jina nyingine? Musical live acts. Yes. Live acts, live performances. And I feel like right now Kenyans are embracing that. I feel like kitambo hatukuwa na live performances mingi hivyo, hizo live acts, watu wenye wanakaa wanaimba, kuna DJ kumchezea ndo nini, you know. But right now I feel like people are really embracing that. We are seeing the likes of akina Kinoti wamekuja tu hivi kama wamejipa. Is that the way to go?
I feel like our roots ziko heavily ziko na background heavy ya live acts, depending na mali umetoka, unaona, the music you've been listening to all along. So I feel like personally that's why Buda anasema kuna wave ya Gengeton, urban tone, I mean kuna live acts huku hivi, kuna so many things in Kenya. So I feel like kama ni msio live tuende. Kama live si yako na uwezi force. Trust me, utashika mic utajiongelesha.
Wacha DJ tu akuchezee.
Wacha tu DJ akufanyia mambo yako. So if you like kama hiyo ndio mambo yako tesa. Kama wewe ni wa huku hivi tesa.
I now want us to get into Dunda, but before that DJ nimekuacha unyamaze sana. Kuna swali?
My question inaenda kwa Guda. Guda, you've been umekuwa kwa game like quite a long time.
Very long.
What is that thing you keep to like moving up to date?
Not giving up. Try, fail, amka. Tena. Try, fail, amka tena. Consistency and not giving up inasaidia sana. Na of course by not giving up inakusaidia uko na discipline. That okay, jana niliamka saa 2. Nilikuwa nimechelewa, so leo nitaamka saa 1. So you fail, you pick from where you left.
Correct.
Kuliko na give up then uanze from the beginning. Fail, amka, jipanguze, tunaenda naye.
All right. Now let's talk about Dunda, the song that has brought you guys here.
Yes.
Tell me how Dunda came to be. It is your song, you featured Guda. Tell me about Dunda.
So Dunda is basically a hype love song. Yeah, of course, hype guy. Lazima tu ingekuwa tu ni yeye. So nilikuwa studio, I was doing my album inajulikana kama Inception. I launched it like 4 months ago. And ni more of like a collaboration project. So every song nilikuwa nakaa niko like, okay, song inahitaji huyu, song inahitaji huyu na stuff. So Dunda tuko pale studio nimeandika verse 1 and I'm like, hii inaweza ingiana na nani? Guda come on mind. Naona. Trust me, Guda man ni msanii but wasingi wajui hiyo story. Wasingi wajui. Nikaka like, okay, napenda hizo vitu zenye wase wajui. So like niko like, okay, let me talk to this guy. Alikuwa UG your time. Ameland. Bro, umse atuli, yeah. So alikuwa ameland hivi kama my boy. Ndio hii song. Nilikuwa nishamtumia kwa UG. Unaona, so nikamwambia yo, kuna hii song situfanye kitu. Nikamwambia so wewe umechoka, situfanye kitu next week. Buda acha nitoke studio leo. So tukiingia pale studio na JB tukatwanga mazee, umse kane studio. I think it was one of the best experience. Anafanya vitu zingine mpaka kwa like shit. Anapiga manotes zingine sijui kama anajua anapiganga. Kwa hizo vitu anafanya mazee. So ikakuwa tu hivyo, song inadunda venye iko.
Yeah.
The guy na feel haingekuwa ungesikia before ni so different according to venye aliingia ukicompare the two versions. Ilikuwa hapa yangu tumetulia, mapenzi yakakuja dunda na ni mapenzi bwana.
Yeah, ni ngoma mapenzi but iko na vibe bado ya dance. Yeah. Like Guda, tell me your side of the story of Dunda and what it means, what the song means for you.
So mimi venye Jeff alinipigia akaniambia kuna project, akanitumia nikasikia. I didn't have time to write the song. So when nikamwambia okay, tupatane studio, we will know what we'll do there. So I think ukiingia kwa studio there's just a vibe. Then hapo hivyo tukaandika. Sasa alafu later on una realize ngoma inadunda. So alafu pia ilikuwa hiyo time yenye watu wanalialia sijui mambo imekuwa ngumu. So na nikawa naambia tu mpenzi wangu ni aje kama mambo ni ngumu. Sisi wote tutaweza tu pamoja tutaiweza, unaelewa? So mimi nilikuwa na come from that point of so it's a dope song. And
is that how the title came to be? Ilikuwa already na title ama ni jumli feel na inadunda alafu mkaamua itwe Dunda?
Umse after amekam ndio ikaitwa Dunda. Wallahi ilikuwa inaitwaje hiyo song?
Hata ukumbuki.
Baby natesa unaweza. By the way, after tumesema everybody got Dunda. Hadi producer alikuwa ngale. So ili come to after year amefanya mambo yake.
Okay. Mr. DJ, uko na Dunda. It has a challenge. I've seen the challenge on TikTok. Mtanionyesha, we do it right now as we finish the interview.
For sure.
Twende kazi DJ. Okay, let's take a break first and then we come back and do the challenge.
Sawa.
Aya.
Sikia ufamba tala.
Habari njema kutoka redio yako pendwa ya Ingo FM kwa wakazi na mashabiki wa Bungoma. Sasa Ingo FM inasikika Ingo Bungoma kupitia masafa ya 103.5 FM. Sikiliza na uchangie, burudika ukifurahia uhondo wa kipekee kwa lugha ya nyumbani.
Awamu ya Baraga UCC, Natural Sweetness.
Kadhalika, tegea Ingo FM ukiwa maeneo ya Kakamega, Busia, Vihiga na Trans Nzoia kupitia 101.5 FM.
Isinikoli umwana wa kwendo mkhana wa imoni darano mbonya kunanga KK.
Ingo FM, ininginingi ye Muitala.
Sasa kimya kotini. Wewe mzee, nakuulizaje? Hii hata mtoto wa kuzaliwa ya mtosha?
Nani alimletea?
Sio nasema wewe ndio ulileta.
Na wewe ni mtu wa online ama wewe ni mtu wa kushonewa nguo?
Mimi sijui. Hakuna kitu online hakuna.
Sijui. Ulisemea kwa online ama ulisemea wapi?
Kwa online.
Kwa online?
Yeah.
Tuliongea na wewe ana kwa online.
Na mbona?
Wewe nyamasa, si wewe nauliza wewe namna gani bwana? Na wewe ni mtu ambaye yuko na akili msuri.
Ndio conman.
Kwa nini unaota vitu za tori na wewe mwenyewe uko na pick machine? Why? Kuna mahali wewe uliakisha tukuletee bidhaa kutoka online? Abana, si ndio?
No.
Si utoke tu nje tafadhali. Mimi sitaki kelele na wewe tafadhali.
KBC Channel 1 continues to bring you the exciting Football Kenya Federation Premier League with 2 matches being aired live each weekend. This Saturday, Kenya Police battles Shabana, while Posta Rangers will take on Ulinzi Stars. Watch this double-header from Police Circle Stadium, kicking off at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
The DJ other DJs wanna be.
DJ Unique, the
Pretty cute girl, mamacita. My cute fine wine, señorita. Baby, come close, Caribbean. Hapana sita sita. Girl, I'm fine when I'm with ya. Everything I do for you. Yeah, mina kupenda for real. Sura yake malaika, una vile macho yako inamulika. Bila wewe nitaangaika. You make me go cuckoo gaga. Yeah, baby. Natesa. Baby. Naweza. Baby. Natesa. Moyo wangu una. Baby. Natesa. Baby. Naweza. Baby. Natesa. Moyo wangu una. Kauna feel hii muziki katika na sio kombe nimeserebuka. Kauna feel hii muziki katika sio kombe katika hali na mali maisha bei ni gani mimi nawe bado tutatesa penzi letu wasali tambuka kachumbari mimi nawe bado tutaweza Girl, I'm fine when I'm with you. Moyo unadunda for you, yeah. Mimi nakupenda for real. Sura yake malaika, una vile macho yako inamulika. Bila wewe nitaangaika. You make me go cuckoo gaga. Baby.
Dunda. Yes, that is the song Dunda. If you haven't checked it out, you can clearly see that it is a vibey song, so you have to go check it out. It's on both your, it's on your platform.
Yeah.
It's on Jeff Logan.
Yeah,
yes. Your dance ilitokea wapi?
Dance yuko tu.
By the way, Guda,
Yes.
how do you just come up with like the choreography bit? How do you come up with styles for a particular dance?
So I noticed something in 2016 towards 2017. Nikam realized actually Kenyans, they want to be involved in your music, in your anything that you do, they want to be part of it. They're tired of watching. So when I decided to come up with moves, what that one move an ordinary guy can do while seated. You understand? So he ilikuwa na another different feel dance. Like I thought I can do it, but can my mom do it? But mother akiwa pale hivyo kijani amekaa asikie dunda alafu apige makofi ataswing hivyo. So basically ni how can I involve people in my art, in my artistry. Nimesema. Na tunaianza so basically ni mimi kufikiria hivyo. So I usually think like you, as someone who you don't have time to learn the moves, but you have that. You think you need like 10 seconds. You have a 10-second span ya kulearn move. So if you can move from the left to the right, clap your hands, very simple, involve something kidogo. Yeah. So when you find us dancers doing it, even itakuwa different, but you can still do it.
Yeah, it's an easy one. Nimeishika tu sahi.
10 seconds.
Sahi easy too.
Yeah.
You know, you just move, clap,
Bas.
move.
I think
Fanya nikaona blush.
venye hizo ma artificial AI.
Oh yeah.
Venye ndio nasikia niaje video kwanza ikuwe 15 seconds. Tuanzie kwanza hapo. So kama span yako itakuwa 15 seconds ushatoka umetuacha. Yeah. So lazima ikuwe hapo. Even hata my introduction za whatever, the TV,
lazima
the radio,
you capture people
the first 15 seconds are very important.
Yeah.
So ukisha capture hiyo, you can be, ndio maana ngoma zinaenda TikTok if the dance is simple.
Yeah.
Actually, I was to ask a question on just how TikTok has helped the industry in general. Hey, in general. Generally.
Generally.
How it helped the industry in general, not just in Kenya, but all over the world right now. TikTok is really taking over, and it's helping push music, if you may ask me, more than any other social media platform. As long as your song is danceable and you've created a move for it, trust me, itasonga ifu, right? So do you feel TikTok has really come through for you as artists?
100%. Like, kuna wasanii wengi sana wenye wamejengwa na TikTok, specifically TikTok. Unaona, and I feel like same thing kenye Guda anasema. I think TikTok ni wajanja sana kwa sababu kaangalia okay, tunaweza involve aje the audience or feel part of the project. Unaona? So like wakaeka hapo, you can use your sound, msia ingia like dance moves, blah blah blah, and it feels like more of a community. Alafu inakuanga another thing, if a song is trending, TikTok ni wajanja. If a song is trending na uingie ufanye hiyo challenge, most likely utakula views. Na kila mtu anachase views siku hizi. Hata wa show. Kuna wasi wako TikTok bana.
Kuja mniangalie.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like imetusaidia 100% and inaweza.
It's really helping out.
So much.
Saizi naona mpaka wasanii when ukirelease ngoma, you actually call TikTokers ambao wanajulikana.
Exactly.
You ask them to do a challenge for you.
Yeah.
They get paid actually. Ama inakwanga for filanga free. Nasema ni filanga.
Filanga free. Of course hiyo ni job yao.
Leo tumechanganyisha
tumekumaliza.
Tumekumalo. Ile manga kama dance deadly pia vibe ni deadly.
Inafaa 100.
So wanalipo hapa it's free because I see like wanaita specific TikTokers and then they have them do the challenge for them.
Yeah. Because Juniwera. So okay. You pay the producer, you pay the video director.
Yeah.
Pay the dancers.
Lazima tu.
Na hivyo ndo kuna songa.
Because also they feel good. Unaambia mtu afanye TikTok, anafaa get mtu anamshutia video, maybe pia location nini, anafaa maybe a move, hizo ma transport.
Exactly.
So I think it's just right to do that,
All right. Thank you so much guys for coming to the show. I have really enjoyed this interview.
Thank you.
You are both a vibe. Nilikuwa nashindwa hii asubuhi hawa watawezana nayo hawa. Lakini
to your surprise, Your Highness.
Meleta vibe yote kwa studio. I really appreciate. Now if you may just give us your socials and where people can find your music. You can just talk to the people back at home. That's your camera.
Hapo?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Again, my name is Gudaman, but kwa wale wase machopi, it's Gudaman Dalakula Genje Koboma Debojo Desi Adana for Shizo, and to all the beautiful ladies, good Zadi. No, Mamze design. So you can find me on all social media platforms at Guda_man. That is GUDAH_man. Again, GUDA_H_man. Yeah. To interact pale hivyo. New music also is coming your way. Yeah. Alafu tutabanja.
All right. Your socials?
For me, I go by the name Jeff Logan one more time. That is JEFFLAWGAN. So everywhere. Kinitafuta utanipata. Yeah, I have my new album that is out in Inception. Go check it out on all streaming platforms. Iko pale YouTube pia. And yeah, tupatane mtandao tuongee. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Tunagotea the Chesebes.
The Chesebes family.
The son of Chesebe is here.
We are sons of Chesebe.
Sons of Chesebe, yeah.
Awesome.
Unikobo.
Yeah.
Sawa, tumaliza na dunda as we still do the dance. We're going to be back in a few.
All right.
Yeah, pretty cute girl, mama sita. My cute fine wine, señorita. Baby come close karibia, hapana sita sita. Girl I'm fine when I'm with ya. Everything I do for you. Yeah, mina kupenda for real. Sura yake malaika, una vile macho yako inamulika. Bila wewe nitaangaika. You make me go kuku gaga. Yeah, baby natesa. Baby naweza. Baby natesa. Moyo wangu una dunda dunda. Baby natesa. Baby naweza. Baby natesa. Moyo wangu una dunda dunda. Kauna feel hii muziki katika nami. Usiogope, baby serebuka. Kauna feel hii muziki katika nami. Usiogope, tunakiluka.
Katika hali na mali maisha bei ni gani mimi nawe bado tutatesa penzi letu wasali tamu kaka chumbari mimi nawe bado tutaweza Girl I'm fine when I'm with you moyo unadunda for you yeah mina kupenda for me
Sura yake malaika una vile macho yako inamulika bila wewe nitaangaika you make me go kuku kaka baby natesa baby naweza baby natesa moyo wangu una dunda dunda baby natesa baby naweza baby natesa moyo wangu una dunda.
Everybody go dunda 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 everybody go dunda 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 my name is Good Mendala Kula Genje como mwana bojo desi yeta na foshizo
Okay.
Tunawakuta
unatesa
unatukuta
unaweza
tunawakuta
unatesa moyo
unatukuta
dunda dunda baby unatesa baby unaweza baby unatesa moyo wangu una dunda dunda kauna feel hii muziki katika nami usiogope baby serebuka kauna feel hii muziki katika nami usiogope twende tukiluka
Oh no 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 oh yeah yeah
Checking on now, listen to the sound of the nation. Sauti ya kesho, sisi ndo kioo cha jamii kwa generation. Hatuwezi toka kabla tuja marinate, hatuwezi vuna kabla ya kujaminate. Mziki occupation, tuko na collection. Mafans wamesema tuwapige na selection. Mziki tamu sana mpaka una relate. Mziki menda shule mpaka piga graduate. Saa imefika watoto wakalale. We're looking for a reason to party. It's been a long, long time nobody. It's a lot of fun if you're living in a lockdown. So weka shida chini, mkono juu. You don't need no money to shake your body. Weka shida chini, kwa wawili. Vunja mifupa kabla hujazeeka mwili. Na una bust down, turn up the sound, bust down. Ride and run, we go bust down. Turn up the sound, bust down. Ride and run, we go.
Check me out. Hey, I wake up in the morning, fatigued and I'm yawning. This side of peep on my IG, just to see who be on it. MC, I rarely respond, that's a G-trend. But I couldn't help but notice this brown and requested me.
Cali, can we be friends?
And so I clicked on her handle, saw a couple photos, cause I didn't wanna gamble. Girl named Sharifa, and she ain't got a manual. She want me to take her for a trip in the bando. How to reply so quickly, dropped her my number, I told her, ho, hit me up if you want us, so we can solve this mystery. But let's get it on the low though. They gon' turn you on, but when you take them home, get it out of your brade. Cause when you take it off and they will take it all and disappear, now my ganje. So don't let them control you. Control you. Don't let them control you. Control you. Hey, I wake up in the morning. Had a show last night, was performing. I hear my phone vibrating. Decide to pick it up so I can know who is calling. At first I thought it was Lupita. Had to put the phone on speaker. The sexy voice ikafanya nika jeeper. And then she told me, hey Kali, it's Sharifa. She wanted us to link. I told her, yeah, if that's what you think. I told her, if you easy, you can pull up to my crib. Netflix maybe, and later we can chill. She agreed and later came over. Soon as I saw her, I was like, game over. She agreed to spend the night. Oh geez, yeah, that's what we like. They gon' turn you on, but when you take them home, get it out of your brade. Cause when you take it off and they will take it all and disappear, now my ganje. So, don't let them control you. Control you. Don't let them control you.
She got the voodoo, tempted to dance. She gon' fight your ego like it's nothing, oh. She gon' make you humble like it's nothing, oh. She's a generous giver, but so dangerous. She's a generous giver, but so dangerous. Nishajiuliza sana mwenzenu mapenzi kitu gani, ama munieleze yana maumbile gani, maana nashindwa kuelewa mimi kutona tanga na wengine wanajao chizi kuyatafuta kwa waganga. Kwani mapenzi ni kitu gani? Yanatesa moyo wangu. Ukicheza kama mwizi utakamata. Yani mapenzi yanautata, sio kitu cha kufuatafuata. Ukicheza ngoma daily utakamata. Shauri zangu nimechoka nawe. Shauri zangu nimechoka na wewe. Shauri zangu nimechoka nawe. Shauri zangu nimechoka na wewe.
The DJ, other DJs wanna be. It's the one and only.
DJ Unique, the messenger.
Mapenzi so mchezo wa kubeti. Ukicheza unakanyagwa kama kapeti. Waweza deti usipodeti, mwisho ukajikuta sambaza noti manoti. Jamani moyo wangu upoe mazima. Nimechoka manyanyaso masimango, sijenzika mzima. Cheza kama mwizi utakamata. Yani mapenzi yanautata, sio kitu cha kufuatafuata. Ukicheza ngoma daily utakamata. Shauri zangu nimechoka nawe. Shauri zangu nimechoka nawe. Shauri zangu nimechoka nawe. Shauri zangu.
Let me go. Let me know. Oh, but still, won't you let me go? Won't you let me know? Oh, but still, baby, let me go. Won't you let me know? Why do I have to cry?
keep asking the question, why, baby, why do we have to fight? Why? And why did you have to lie? Why? Where you been, baby, late last night? See, if you don't love me, let me know. And if you don't need me, let me go. I'ma pack my bags and be out this door. Cause I can take you no more. Let me know. Oh, better still, won't you let me go? Won't you let me know? Oh, better still, baby, let me go.
Sure. Black Market Record. No. Sure.
Siski. Niliambiwa ni muache Siski. Kamote. Painting ameniseti kamote. Mbele ya watu ni mpole, very calm, lakini looks are deceiving. Usitake kumuona kamejam. Dodge sahani, dodge hepa, dodge vikombe, dodge mbot, ita masoja. Painting anataka kuniua, akibebi utaniua. Sijali, babes upunguze kisirani, unachoma picha kwa jirani. I don't care. Siski. Niliambiwa ni muache Siski. Kamote.
Well, today, hey, leo nakwambia kama hautoki jasho ukiwa kwa nyumba, it is your fault. Makosa ni ya nani? Makosa ni yako. Because right here on the show, Entertainment Thursday, today we are all about ensuring that you get to dance. You get to just stand up and shake your body a bit. It's good for the soul and it's also good for your body. This is Entertainment Thursday right here on Good Morning Kenya, and right now I am joined by someone who is really famous on TikTok. Yes, he goes by the name the Dancing Maasai. He's here with the outfits, you know, ako adorned in that African attire, the Maasai luku, and he also is a dancer. Yes, he's a dancer. Oletile is the name. Oletile,
yeah.
Mambo?
Poa sana.
Hey, tumetoa jasho haki.
Kabisa ni kumoto.
Ni kama watatuashia AC. Jintroduce kwa watu.
Oh, what going on down? Naitwa Olitile the Dancing Masai. Mimi ni msanii. Yeah. Msanii. Mimi ni mwimbaji, mimi ni dancer, mimi ni influencer, mimi ni brand promoter. Yeah, mimi ni mwanabiashara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're an artist as well?
Yeah.
Wewe ni msanii?
Ndio.
Okay.
Kabisa.
So acha tuongelele TikTok kwa sababu huko sasa ndo kwenye watu wanakujua zaidi. That's where people got to know about the dancing Masai. Uliingia TikTok lini? Vile tu uliingia, did you just start with dancing? Ama how did you go about getting into TikTok? Ukiingia ulijua mimi naingia niko na dance?
Niliingia juu marafiki zangu walikuwa wameingia. Okay, actually kuna rafiki yangu anaitwa Prince Jack na ndugu yangu mwingine anaitwa PJ. So nilionaga walikuwa wametangulia kuingia, so sikuwa najua inawakaje. Mimi pia nikaingia tu juu familia pia imeingia. Nilianza na kudance, nilikuwa na post video moja maybe kwa mwezi, pole hadi nikaanza kuwa serious last year. Ya wakati brand ilianza kushika. Yeah, so from hapo nikaona jobs zinaanza kukuja and nikaamlia kuifanya na nguvu yote tu.
Yeah. Ukisema brand inashika huko TikTok,
ndio.
Unamaanisha nini? Are we talking about the views? Are we talking about the comments? Are we talking about what are we talking about ukisema brand yangu sasa ilianza kushika?
Okay, ile time unajua naongelea kuhusu comments, views na vile walikuwa walini receive. Yeah, nilikam up na my own style. Na vile nilijaribu, unajua walikuwa na dance hao wengine, nilikuwa tu kawaida, but when nili-identify nikamlia kufanya hivi, then vitu zikapick tu mara moja.
Sawa, wacha we take a break and then we come back. We're going to be back with a dancing Masai in a bit.
Yeah.
Sasa kimya kotini. Wewe mzee, nakuulizaje? Hii hata mtoto wa kuzaliwa ya mtosha? Hii
nani alimletea?
Si anasema wewe ndio ulileta.
Na wewe ni mtu wa online ama wewe ni mtu wa kushonewa nguo?
Mimi sijui. Hakuna kitu online hakuna.
Sijui. Ulisemea kwa online ama ulisemea wapi?
Kwa online.
Kwa online?
Yeah.
Tuliongea na wewe ana kwa online.
Mbona?
Wewe nyamasa, si wewe nauliza wewe namna gani kwa? Na wewe ni mtu ambaye yuko na akili mzuri.
Ndio conman.
Kwa nini unaota vitu za tori na wewe mwenyewe uko na big machine? Why? Kuna mahali wewe uliakisa tukuletee bidhaa kutoka online? Abana, si ndio?
No.
Si utoke tu nje tafadhali. Mimi sitaki kelele na wewe tafadhali.
The king in the land of
This February, precious moments with Channel One entail endless hours of warm sentiments.
I really love you.
Oh, Lord. Joy.
Did you get the job, lady?
Romance.
Oh, babe.
Affection. Passion.
Na hisia zinasobubujika moyoni mwangu.
Family.
Who are those flowers for? Oh, I'm sure they're for Lucia.
Fulfillment.
This is so sweet.
That's that.
An array of programs specially selected for you to give you and your loved ones the cozy feeling of being at home.
Impressive.
Baby, let me tell you.
The treat is on us.
Are you serious?
Just give us a chance. Make a date with KBC Channel 1 in the month of love for a heartwarming experience.
You will love it.
course, right here on Good Morning Kenya Entertainment Thursday, where we get to entertain you and get to have discussions and topics with different people who are doing amazingly in the entertainment scene. And if you had been with us a couple of minutes ago, you know that we are having the dancing Masai in studio by the name Oletile. And Oletile kule TikTok ameshika kabisa, yani he's just there trending on TikTok. Oletile, we were talking about brand kushika on TikTok. So when do you say brand imeshika? Ulikuwa unasema ni engagements, views,
pata zile jobs. Maybe unapigiwa simu unaambia kuja nataka unisukumie product fulani kwa page yako. Hivyo.
So hampush tu ngoma because hata kina Guda ambao nilikuwa nao hapa hivi, we were talking about venye TikTok imesaidia muziki, the industry in general, not just in Kenya, kila mahali, kwa sababu ngoma yako ikishashika TikTok, jua watu wameijua. So you're not just working with artists, una work pia na watu wanafanya, una push products tofauti, not just
na push products tofauti. Kama juzi nimetiwa moja inaitwa Homes Heart Properties, hizo maunga nini, bado mimi uzifanya tu. So unajua when una push mtu anakuwa interested na kazi unafanya, na pia zile na engagement ambazo ziko kwa page ya so inawakivo tu vizuri.
So does TikTok pay in Kenya aside from brands kukuja kukutafuta ndio uwafanyie kazi wa kulipe? Does TikTok generally just pay? Are you paid according to the number of views you get?
Hapana, sema ukiingia live, when unaingia live unaongea na fans wako, ambao wakituma gifts, hizo gifts ndo zile pesa ambazo unazipata. But kulipwa tu sijaiona.
It doesn't pay. Like hata ukiwa na sema views 1 million, hakuna hata shilingi.
Niko na views, video zangu karibu zote ziko over 900,000. But sijaipata anything. But kile najua tu nile ukiingia live, hizo gift ambazo unazipata.
Gift ndo ziko in form of money.
Ndio.
But I hear TikTok Africa tu ndo ilipi like that. But you know, in other continents wanalipo according to the views.
Ni kweli wanalipo.
Okay. We hope that it's gonna come here pia. Pia yanze ipo siku. I love it. Pia kuanze kulipa. So lini exactly ndio sasa wewe uliblow on TikTok, and ni video gani ulikuwa umefanya?
Ilikuwa last year, kuna wimbo fulani ya Hangla inaitwa Nyasuba. So tulifanya na rafiki yangu, alikuwa amepost kwake, nika download nika repost kwangu. Kwenda tu home asubuhi napata iko 1 million. Kidogo nimepata like 20,000 new followers. So kuanzia hapo nikaanza kuwa serious kabisa. Ndio. So kutoka hapo nikazidi kuzidi hadi venye ilifika last year kitu December hapo. Kwa kile Mzabibu, hizo ngoma zingine naona nikasema God imeanza kukuja. Acha tuende nalo tu. Ndio.
Una feel kama TikTok is the easiest social media platform for someone to grow?
Sana.
Kuliko hizi zingine zote?
Sana ukikompea na Instagram, TikTok iko sawa. Unajua TikTok ikifanya watu wanapenda vitu fani, si lazima uwe serious. Unaweza chukua tu simu yako unaweka hapo, umesonga nyuma kitu kidogo, ushapiga 20 million, ushapata followers wengi. Kidogo jobs zimeanza kukuja. Ndio.
So TikTok ndio the easiest.
The easiest.
Na the minute ukisha blow like that, venye sasa unasema wewe uliweka tu and ukasahau, and then ukiangalia unapata imeshafikisha million views. Does it mean that sasa ukishafika that point, it's just up from there, ama kuna time?
Hapana, ukirelax unarudi pale chini. So ni ile kuekelea. Juu kama mimi na post video 10 kwa siku. So
10?
Mimi post 10, na kama kanisikia kushoot, mimi na ndugu zangu si make sure kila mtu ametoka na video ka 70. Juu unajua hizi 70 itakusukuma wiki nzima. So ni ile ukiekelea, ikiomoka unaekelea. Ikiomoka isipoomoka zidi kuekelea. Tunokijua sound fulani ambayo inakupatia views, make sure unaenda na hiyo sound. Unaona sababu mimi nasonga na Mzabibu. Watu wanaongea but nawekelea tu. Naekelea tu. Hivyo tu ndio.
So TikTok size ni ka job. Kama unaweka video 10 in a day. Though una bulk shoot, unaenda siku moja mna shoot nyingi, hata go and then now unaenda tu
kazi yako ni kuzipost. Ndio unajua hauta shoot kila siku. Leo unaweza itwa maybe meeting, kesho unaenda job, so utapata ile time ya kushoot. Ama unaweza enda job utoki kitu saa 12, unajua light pia itakuwa. So ukipata hiyo chance unapiga tu. Kiwezekana hata 100 wekelea. Ndio.
Are you an actual Masai? Ama hii ni for show, ni showbiz? Ama wewe ni Masai
ukweli? Cocktail ya Luo na Masai.
Yeah.
Ndio.
Okay. Yeah. So ulidecide aje sasa utakuwa
okay.
Una dress hivyo?
Kulikuwa na competition fulani ilikuwa 2021 au 2020 ya product fulani tu. So tukatumia message na tukaambiwa wase wako creative. So mimi nikajaribu kuangalia, ndugu yangu akachukua nini character nyingine. So nikabaki sina kwenda kwa kio, nikakumbuka nakoga na hairstyle. Watu hiyo nikichukua shuka nivae. So kuvaa hiyo shuka kufanya hivyo nikakuwa number 1 East Africa. So kuanzia hapo ndo jina ka grow hadi ni vile niko hapa. Ndio.
You are number 1 East Africa?
Yeah, nilikuwa number 1 East
Africa.
Ilikuwa ni competition gani? Ya Diamond ya Infinix. Aitea. Yeah. Ya simu. So tukakuchapa hivyo nikakuwa number 1, nikagiftiwa TV, pesa kidogo na contract ya 6 months. Nikasema God ni nani? Wacha niende nayo.
Ukaamua sasa you are running with this kwa sababu uliona this is your money maker.
Yeah, hivyo ndo nilienda nayo. Even though mother alikuwa anazua, anaambia mama iko hivi. But aliona venye alianza kuchekina tu maka kitu. Kwa sawa.
Akatulia.
Na akasema nini unahitaji, anambia nataka anashona. So hivyo ndo ikaanza kufloat. Ndio.
So ziko na meaning ama
ziko na meaning but mimi unajua mimi ni Mkristo.
So wewe unadunga fuluku.
But si kitu mbaya, kitu sawa tu. Ndio.
Haya, tuongelele nywele yako.
Okay.
The first thing nimekuona nikakuuliza shwali uliamua tu ndo hairstyle. Uko kipara mpaka hapa alafu kuna dread. So
nilipata accident. Okay, nywele yangu hizi grow side moja. Ilikuwa mwaka gani? Ilikuwa road show. Ile kupiga somersault hizo. So piga ule security alikuwa amewekwa kuangalia barabara pia kazuba na show. Nikagongwa na gari nikarushwa kwa motorbike ilikuwa mbeba kondo, nikavutiwa kwa lami. So hii side moja yule hizi group ina mea moja kuna kaska unaona hapa hivi. Alafu igoti moja nikikaa chini sana nikiamka magoti tokana, so lazima sijiko nisikia lazima nirudishe. So sasa venye nilikuwa muoga tu kutoa, but when nilifanya ile challenge nikakuwa number 1. So nikaanza kuzoea pole. Nikasema God pia upatie na second chance. So nifanyaje? Si hadi niko hivyo, acha niende nayo tu. Yeah.
So in actual sense nywele
I grow side moja. Yeah.
So mtu anaweza fikiria tu ni style. Unique I'm sure ulikuwa tu aliamua tu.
Hata hiyo ni swali karibu ningeuliza.
Like style yake.
Ndio.
I love that you came out of that, ukaamua sasa sitashinda hapa nikipitipati atinalia you just jump out of it. Nikuuliza swali.
Najua kwa industry maybe kwa ukifanya hizo challenge zako umepata trolls mingi sana, maybe watu wanakuambia mara sijui ni nini unafanya. How do you deal with those trolls?
Mimi wachilia tu. Naiachaga tu hapo.
Nisonge tu kisonge.
Ama nikipata comment nafanya video na reply hiyo video. Na mimi rudia naye hadi na change nini yake. So
ushaipata tu ingine yenye ile kuna ile troll tu napatangu na yenye karibu niweke chini.
Huyo ako personal.
Mara ya kwanza kupost video sasa nikiwa sio siku nimechochwa na ndugu zangu, bro unaweza fanya hivyo, nikatoa kofia. So kufanya hivi nikauliza wewe ni mganga ama mchawi? Actually ni kula karibu wiki nzima. Sikuwa nataka kutoka nje, but wenye siku zilikuwa zinapita nikaanza kuzoea tu, nikasema as long as simuoni unajua ni comments tu hatuonani. Nikamwambia iko tu ile itakuwa, na nikamwambia God nipatie tu ile courage ya kuface hizi story. Ndio.
Alright, kama kuna kitu moja with TikTokers I feel like wako na togetherness. Sijui kama ni mimi tu naona hivyo, lakini na feelingi TikTokers wako na umoja sana. Like you see collaborations za TikTokers nyingi sana, unaona sijui wameenda retreat, wameenda place huko, kazi yao ni kushoot. Do you feel the same now that wewe uko ndani? Mimi naongea niko TikTok but sikuangi active, you know. But now for someone who is active and you know your fellow TikTokers, do you feel TikTok iko na togetherness fulani? And what's the importance of having your togetherness?
Nile unajua tukikam pamoja vitu mingi happen. Let's say tukifanya collaboration na wewe, mimi kupatia followers wangu, nikikupost kwa page yangu na kuintroduce kwa followers wangu, ukinipost kwa yako unani introduce kwa followers wako, alafu pia tunapatiana ile motisha. Lazima nikukumbushe wazee unafaa kupost. Kani zile video 10 mimi nikishoot lazima mimi nikituliaga nione mtu kama Prince Jack kama Pizzy amefanya shughuli na mimi sijashoot huaga na inanichuna sema lazima nitafute video kwa siku nifanye nini nifike pale so si ukumbushana tu ile umoja naonaga ni nguvu alafu pia kila mtu kama up na ideas let's say unajua kitulia peke yako uzijua uzifikiria kitu gani iko sawa but wewe unaongea kisha na mwenzako I think huyu inaona sana yeah
hakuna point una feel ai huyu tukifanya naye sana I think anapata watu wengi zaidi.
Hai kwangu mimi ugain sana. Yeah. Ni ugain sana. Sijaipata hiyo achina ni yeah. Alafu si uchanoa na si upendana sana. Ndio. Yeah.
And it's very important
kabisa
for the industry as well. So how do you pick which video to do? Which song to ride on? Like what makes you decide tunafanya hii leo, tunafanya hizi?
Anile okay, si try. Nile ukisikia unajua wewe unapenda kitu, ukipenda unapenda kitu unafanya. Same to me. Nile nikisikia song, but let's say nione mtu fulani amefanya, nione kwake namba imepick. Mimi pia najaribu. Then ikipick naambia mtu kama Prince Jack, kaka, angalia sound. PJ bu angalia sound. Kama ama kwa page yake kai inaamka mimi pia na try so si ufanya tu hivyo tunajaribu tunaona hii sound haiendi tunaachana na hii hii sound inaenda tunaenda nayo hivyo
so there are sounds zenye zinaenda na kuna zenye haziendi so it doesn't matter ni nani anaifanya it depends with the sound sababu wewe mwenye uko na followers kuna sound unaweza fanya na bado isongi
unaweza kuona more than 100,000 followers ukiweka video 200 views 20 likes so si uangalia tu ni gani sound gani iko poa. Yeah.
Na pia uwezi jua lazima ufanye kwanza ndio ujue kama inasonga.
Lazima unajua okay wewe unaweza kuona followers wengi mimi niko na wachache. So ukiweka kwako iendi mimi nikiweka kwangu inapika. Unaona kama mzabibu kuna ule demo alikuwa amevaga into dangari. Unaona kifanya hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua but watu walipenda venye alikuwa anafanya. So si ukiwa unajaribu kuwekelea unaona inapika. Hivyo unazidi mwingine pia naona hadi inakuwa hivyo.
By the way, Mzabibu, nani alianza hiyo challenge? Is it that lady with the dangari ama ni umse fulani ako na madredi fulani? Alafu amefunga trouser na kawaya.
Okay, mimi niliona ule demo alikuwa amevaa dangari. So niliona video zake tatu. Kutoka hiyo sound nikapata ule mwenye anaitwa nani? Ule mwenye alikuwa na
the dreadlocks. I don't know his name.
Anaitwa Clean Heart. Huyo Clean Heart yeye alikuwa amekelea sound but haikupick. Wenye demo alikuja kafanya I think udem alifanya watu wakajua hii sound inasonga. Yeah. But yenda aliyekele nikao uwekele iko sekuomoka mimi nikuze nifanye ipick. Yeah.
So everyone mwenye sasa anafanya Mzabibu just be sure that utapata views.
Lakini kuna okay time zingine azisongi. Aju nilikuwa nasikia kuna time ya kupost. Unaweza post kuanzia sijui afternoon hapo. Okay kila mtu anakuwa na nini yake.
Na depend pia na time.
Utegemea but kwangu mimi upost kutoka saa 4 hadi saa 6 usiku ama saa 4 usiku na kwangu ndo nagena wako vizuri.
From saa 4 asubuhi mpaka saa 4.
Saa 4 ama saa 6 usiku. Yeah, unajua hapo saa 6 saa 4 time wote wametulia, hakuna mtu ako na pressure, kila mtu ako. Yeah. Ndio.
Okay. Sijakuuliza where dance started for you.
Yeah.
You know, haiwezi kuwa tu ilianza na TikTok. Probably maybe you were in a group or maybe just tell me about your story on dance.
Alianzaga kama nilikuwa na dancing kwa church. Hadi sasa hivi bado
nimekwambia kila mtu anaanzaga kanisani.
Kanisani.
Alafu mnatoroka.
Hapana, mimi sijatoroka, mimi bado niko huko. So nilikuwa na dance huko hivyo pole kakuja tukakuwa gospel boys kutoka pale. Tukajoin tukatengeneza crew ya mtaa, tukaenda high school. Hivyo nikarudi hadi vile tumefika hapo. Yeah, huko tu ni West Pokot. So tukoga tuna dance ile modern dance though wazazi wako wanapenda.
Kwa nini?
Yeah. Walikuwa wanataka kitabu ama ukimili koga footballer. So alikuwa ananiambia ni kitabu ama bola. Kitabu ama bola kisikia story na kudance anasema hakuna mtu kwa familia shai dance sijui unaona. So anakuambia kitu ina future. Yeah, but when si tulihepa home. Niambia madheni aje tunaenda kucheki best yetu tunafanya nini tutarudi hivyo tulikuja hadi saa hii.
Mbona mlikuja Nairobi na mkakwamia huko?
Tukakwamia huko.
Bado mama anangoja umalize kuona best yangu
nirudi.
Yeah. But would you say dance is something that is paying your bills?
Kwangu inalipa. Yeah, siwezi complain. kwangu inalipa sana. Ndio.
So for someone out there ambaye believe in talent paying, what would you say to them?
Hey.
Kwa sababu wanasema talent Kenya hailipi. I don't know how true that is.
Okay, maybe kwa wengine hailipi, but okay, sipo ku give up na kusikiza story yenye watu wanasema, unaona. Okay, kuwa creative ni kitu poa. Okay, wanasema try ku come up na kitu yako, unaona. Ndio tunaweza soma si wote na si wote tusifaulu, unaona. Kila mtu akona ile kitu yake. But mimi kwa field yangu nasema ndio tuko wengi, but kwangu napokeana na feel vizuri cause inanisimamia kila kitu. Ndio na si mimi peke yangu, hata familia yangu. Ndio. Yeah.
Ulikuwa uongeleshe mtu mwenye maybe ana feel amekalia tu talent yake because hayuko sure.
Ndugu yangu, dadangu, sipo kukalia, unaona. Okay, try, ni fiti kujituma, ni fiti kurisk, unaona. Ni fiti kurisk. So usifeel like ati umejaribu mara ya kwanza ikakata. Hata si mimi pia nimejaribu karibu mara 20 imekataa. Niko gonna post video inakaa siku 4 iko na 2 likes, maybe 70 views, but consistency mazeni kitu poa. Ya alafu pia God. Jaribu tu, sukuma, jitume vile unaweza jituma. Hivyo tu. Yeah.
Siri ni kuwa consistent. Wanasemanga consistency is king.
Kabisa.
Yeah. As long as when you keep doing whatever it is that you do, lazima tu itajipa because you keep getting better because you keep doing it.
Yeah, ni kweli.
Yeah. Why pia umesema wewe ni mwanamuziki?
Yeah.
You sing? What kind of songs? What genre?
Which apa hip hop.
You're a rapper?
Yeah, rapper.
Ai, tufanye something.
Nipatie instrumental.
Kwa instrumental ni kama achape a cappella. Sawa, acha uangaliliwe. And as akitafutanga instrumental for you to rap for us, maybe is music something you're planning to do long term, you're planning to pursue?
Music?
Like kuimba? Kurap?
Kurap hapa. Okay, niko na bro wangu mdogo anaitwa you know. So, okay, I think you feel inamfavor. Due to me dancing inaingizia do vizuri. Nikifikiria music mazee kuna competition huko. Na pia nimekawia sana, but mi uchora, naambia bro ni aje hivi. Yeye pia ananiambia kaka iko poa. Tunatupiana. Ndio, but when God kialao ipo siku. It's nini tu.
#ipo siku.
Yeah, ipo siku.
Aya, Unique amepata tupatie ka instrumental and then the dancing Masai will rap for us. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah. Ipate kwenye street, nimebeat to the feet. Maisha ni kulia na tena kufurahia. Jona Makena lilia, Obama kafurahia. Street life, mina hustle na kugambo na kufambo. Kama niko kwenye jango bar, pia mina mambo ki mziki mina stari, ni talanda siku stari. Kipaji kutawaji, mazoe ni kama taji. Barwaki napotua tumake pia atua. Tunajua kutambua kile tunachokibua. Siku njema tunajua iwe mbua ama juu. Tunamwomba Mwenyezi dua tuweze kuzikakamua. Street life, mina hustle na kugambo na kupambana. Kama niko kwenye jango bar, pia mina mambo. Yo.
By the way, muziki iko sawa? You're a good rapper.
Nashukuru.
Kwa hiyo unasema hiyo ni kama utaiweka kando ama you just want to concentrate on one thing?
Yeah.
So muziki unaifanya wewe tu kujibamba. It's something you enjoy doing, but it's not something you're looking at long term ikujenge.
But siku ikifika vile nimesema tu, okay, ni uimba tu wakati niko na stress. Yeah, kujibamba tu. Yeah. Ndio.
So what are you looking at long term as the dancing Masai? You know, the TikToker. I don't know if uko sawa ukiitwa TikToker. You know the TikToker. What are you looking at in the long run? Is it that sasa ni TikTok too? TikTok is where you are going to be based, and that's what you're going to run with. Ama you have other, you know, maybe ideas that you're thinking of, like just what's next for the dancing Masai?
Niko na plans kadhaa. okay, nataka kutumia TikTok kunifikisha mahali. Okay, nataka nifungue shop yangu ya unacheki. Okay, hizi shuka, hizi accessories, na pia nataka nifungue shule ya watoi kudance tu na watoi. Ndio.
You want to open a dance school?
Yes.
For the young
ndio.
Young
Alafu pia tuko na center inaitwa Sambaza Love Africa. Okay, si hapa si udili na watoi wa jezi. So sienda pale tunajibamba nao kupatia food. So,
okay.
Bado unaisukuma tu kwa chini ya maji ndio.
All right. You can, okay, they already are following you, but you can just tell them where to get you for those ones who are seeing you for the very first time. Na wangetaka kukuja wakufollow, so tell them where to find you on social media.
Unaweza nipata TikTok @Olechile the Dancing Masai, Instagram the Dancing Masai, Facebook the Dancing Masai. Kila mahali. Ndio mimi ujibu ukitaka tu dance pamoja, unataka nikufunze mzabibu, tuko pamoja. Ndio.
Let's dance one more song tukimaliza.
Okay.
Mr. Sid again. Niko na one life to live, mimi nataka muni celebrate. Niko na one life to live, mimi nataka muni celebrate. Leo tuna dorime faso la dido. Tuko pamoja na mnataka tunado. Leo ni makelele ni kesho. Leo ni dorime. Tuna dorime. Me niko good, I know. Me no feel so good, I know. Me nataka money, baby, kama champion. I'm living my best life, you know. Oya cheki, vile nimebarikiwa. Na hewa sijakatikiwa, na sija bleki usidhani nimepungukiwa. Ni furaha, mimi nafurahia. Tuko pamoja na mnataka tunado. Leo ni makelele ni kesho.
Check you, Boriko best, Boriko top, leo tunakanjana na machek. Shida si do, shida ni pombe kiwa less. Na tuko zone, na venye bana tuna flex, so itasi tu mess, let is all my best. Rom choina bamba, rom choina bamba, shabra ina bamba, indo ina bamba, rom choina bamba, rom choina bamba, shabra ina bamba, indo ina bamba.
Hey, Geo Blunt ndo shin tunavuva ni dancer, lyrical doctor ni Buddha. Zimeshika tuko high hivi, macho zimenyanya flight mode easy. Wenda poa na Malawi, fresh Bob Marley, fresh jua matawi ni kiskangu misinawi. Koro ndimenifanya wanati, kasi dode juu ya kukimi sitaki. Ni namba 1, bazu uneza pull up, poshini yangwai kurubai na makulo. Same thing fully loaded, zote ni alarm, zote ziko box, yani zote ni alarm. Rom choina bamba, shabra ina bamba, indo ina bamba. My daddy, oh my daddy, my daddy, oh my daddy, my daddy, oh my daddy, oh my daddy, my daddy, oh my daddy, my daddy, oh my daddy, my daddy, oh.
First time I saw you, I knew you're the one. Don't wanna lose you, I need you with me. Sweet melody that I needed the most. Can't imagine life without my shady. I never wanna hear you cry. I wanna bring out the best in you, so that we can share this life. There's nothing I wouldn't do. Only wanna see you smile, even if you don't have a reason to. You came at the perfect time. It's like I was sent here to rescue you. My daddy, oh my daddy, my daddy, oh my daddy, my daddy, oh oh. Don't stop me, oh my daddy, don't want me, oh my daddy, my daddy, oh oh. Maisha London, when I'm with you, Maisha London. Take my mind and my body, oh. I'll be the one you can depend on, and I'll be good to you. Oh my baby, I'll be good to you.
be the light for your body, I'll be the fire to your candle. I never wanna hear you cry. I wanna bring out the best in you, so that we can share this life. There's nothing I wouldn't do, only wanna see you smile. Even if you don't have a reason to, you came at the perfect time. It's like I was sent here to rescue you. Oh, my shady, oh yeah. Oh, my shady, oh, my shady. She gonna wine up, pass some wine for me, wine for me, wine for me, wine. She gonna wine for me, she gonna wine for me, wine for me, wine for me, wine. My shady, go, go.
Black is beautiful, African blood ndani yangu ngozi melanin. Niko kwa Hall of Fame, say my name ndo refa kwa hii game. No paid, no gain, no paid. OMG, mini G, na sisi juu nisha spill tea. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. No limitations, mina kuwanga mtu free. Niko so free, so free, so free. Mini G, mini G, mini G, mini G. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. So free, so free, so free, so free. Mini G, mini G, mini G. Kwezi pata mbuka mi adi konde 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 konde
The dope boy from Nairobi, Kenya.
So free. Black is beautiful. African blood ndani yangu ngozi melanin. Niko kwa Hall of Fame, say my name ndo refa kwa hii game. No paid, no gain, no paid. OMG, mini G, na sisi juu nisha spill tea. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. No limitations, mina kuwanga mtu free. Niko so free, so free, so free. Mini G, mini G, mini G, mini G. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. So free, so free, so free, so free. Mini G, mini G, mini G, mini G. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. Wezi do, kenye mi you do. Jaribu kudu, unadu turibu. Lukuni ya kijikijinga. Never die do slogan nimeiandika kwa silver. Takosaje kuringa. Tangulini ukaona nikitembea na wajinga. Mi natembea na kondom tunataka kujikinga. Hiyo riba tamaliza, hiyo topic mshati. Never die do slogan, tunajua tu. Likuna ngori mi you come through. Koko na mambo na mikuja tubanje. Etuma lize shughuli kiyuku mfu. Mia kasi lazima unitaje nikitinkusu. Najua tukiini yangu usicheze na the guy kame jamu. Usijaribu kupatie hiyo kijana gana. If I was you, I would run. Lakini sasa tuko new era, uliza papa fadhila. Ni mirista tunatema, nikisema nishasema. Mimi ni mhenga nishanena, na nadai kusikia ukihema. Na nadai kusikia ukisema. Niko so free, so free, so free. Mini G, mini G, mini G, mini G. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. So free, so free, so free, so free. Mini G, mini G, mini G, mini G. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami. Hadi kwende wapi kwezi pata mtu kami.
Mini G, Wangi.
Yo. Walitry kunizima niko pasta. Nikiangalia mira mina kuwa starstruck. Ala, macho nanya kwa passport. Naifanya fast but naifanya faster.
Kani Januari na unado utani get. Kweko na mkidi na na grow utani get. Kawo settingi maforeno utani get. Kawo nishingi na mabro utani get. Kweko na chupa na nibio utani get. Kweko na msupa na metulia utani get. Kasi mushinda gemelia utani get. Kama inena na ikakurudia utani get. Wananita misogynistic.
On KBC Channel 1, we are a TV station like no other. Get a taste of the best in entertainment.
Yes, indeed.
Feel the passion.
Will you promise me?
I swear that you will never lose me. I can't get married to you.
I'm sure you knew about it. That's why you're making fun of me.
Experience the drama.
Get out!
Who is the man in this one?
And the laughter.
Hii wigi umevaa kichwani. Hii sile wakati tulikuwa tunaapishwa tunapewa mheshimiwa.
Move to the beat.
We are live from Broadcasting House.
And get informed on the latest happenings. KBC Channel 1.
Wow.
We are the full package.
Oh yes.
And Kenya's watching.
Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm joined by fantastic individuals who, in their own one way or another, are making an impact on the lives of those who are affected with breast cancer.
In a space where you could be able to talk to your doctor without the fear that hospitals bring. It's a space where you're literally having your consultation, but you're having your consultation with a cup of tea.
Our initiatives are around, first of all, building a thriving community for female bikers.
This is the support we see as a community of bikers. Bikers understand bikers. So we tend to, as much as we're women bikers, when it comes down to it, we find men joining us to support our causes and likewise.
And we also have like the initiatives around breast cancer, which is called Bikers for Boobies. That's our initiative, which we've been running for 4 years now.
It's not about being out there because a man can do it. It's just because it gives us the freedom to just be.
I heard you helped save my life, Mark.
Yeah, you're so lucky you're still breathing here.
Who else have you told this?
You, Jane.
Go get on a break some domo. Hi, babe. Good to see you too. I'm doing fine, by the way, and thanks for asking.
What is he doing here?
Mimi nimechoka na hizo drama zake.
Mr. Kaa hapa nione mwanamke mwingine akikuja kutake over boma ya mama yangu.
Ama.
Well, I just feel like blows will start flying before the end of this day.
Alex, hey.
Mark! There's been no fighting here today. How about we make sure that Alex and Trish end up together?
So that you can be back with Pete?
Yeah, and you and Jen.
So that you swindle people of their hard-earned money and property, yeah?
I was conned.
Stop with the nonsense, Alex!
Nimesikia habari zako, nimeyaona matendo yako, nimekubali kwamba wewe ndiye tabibu wa kweli. Umewaponya wengi, tena magonjwa yaliyowashinda madaktari. Daktari, wewe ni tabibu mwema. Na wale waliokata tamaa ya kuishi duniani wametembezwa mahospitalini wakitafuta msaada, wametumia fedha zao, wametumia mali zao, hawajafaulu kupona. Daktari, wahudumie. Oh yeah. Daktari, tabibu mwema, naomba unihudumie. Oh yeah. Msaada wako tu, daktari,
Oh, Heidi, now we have ballet. Tumetoka kwa mio. Tumetoka kwa mamio tumeingia kwa ballet. This is ballet, and in studio with me is Jana and Alvin. Jana and Alvin, welcome to Good Morning Kenya. How are you doing?
We're doing good, thank you so much.
You're doing all right, Jana?
Yes.
Yes. You're still supposed to be in motion, in character. Come on. You're still in character. All right, if we may just begin by you explaining to us what that was, what that performance was.
So for that performance, that was the bit that's Act 2, Copelia, first of all. It's a show about a doctor who's creating toys in human form. So Copelia is a toy, and the whole story comes in when there are four characters, a couple that lives there. So this is Act 2 of it, and it's where they come in with, Jana comes in with her friends now I'm the doctor in the toy shop, and now they all run away, but Jana is left.
And we actually sneak in because Sonilda, the character I'm playing, is engaged to Franz, and he actually falls in love with the doll Dr. Coppelius made. So I'm jealous, and I go into the house, and then I pretend to be the doll, and this part was when I was pretending to be her.
Okay, so what we were watching was you pretending to be the doll.
Yeah, and I'm like amazed that my doll has come to life.
Okay.
And it's a doll, so everything I'm like, why is it's working?
Yeah, that's why you were looking all fascinated and trying
to see if is it a joke or something else.
Oh, I love that performance. So Jana, if you may just tell me, how did you get into ballet?
I think I was really small when I started, and my mom decided to try something new, and I really liked it, and I wanted to continue.
How long have you been how long have you been doing ballet?
10 years now.
10 years? Well, how old were you when you started?
3.
You were 3 years old. By age 3, you were doing ballet?
Yes.
All right. So you went to training to a school, or how did you go about the training?
Yes, at an after-school program.
So Alvin, when it comes to ballet training, how do you go about it? And guys also, or do I say boys, or the gentlemen, do they also do ballet, and is the training different from the ladies?
Actually, the training is the same. It's just that here in Kenya there is no guys in ballet. So actually,
not at all.
There are, but very few. Very few. And the training is still the same. Like, there's no difference. It's just that there's some exercises that we do different. Even when you're doing your classes, you do something different. You do we have tours, that's jumping and spinning all around. And they do different things, and us we do different things. But it's all the same training, nothing different. And the difference is that they go on point with their point shoes, and us, we don't go on point. But
also the men don't do that.
They don't go on point.
Having their feet.
But it has come to be reviewed, and they say that they want to try it out, so we can also try the point, but still it's a challenge.
Why is it easier for the ladies? Okay, I know we are the better gender. Just saying, it's a joke. But why is it easier for ladies to be on their tippy toe, and it's more difficult for the gents?
I think it's the training. Still, it's about the training, we reach somewhere, we have point classes, and you find that there are no males in point classes. They're just females. So you have to practice your ankle, you have to keep your ankle on feet, and you have to do some exercises. So you find yourself, you have the muscle and the capability of holding yourself on point. So it's really
Jana, I really want to know how it feels to be on your tippy toes like that. Don't they hurt? Does your feet hurt? Did it ever hurt before you got used to it? Just tell me about being on your tippy toes?
When I first started, it hurt a lot. And also, it depends on the type of point shoe you wear. And later on, you start wearing the point shoe which you like. And this, on which type you wear, it depends if your feet will hurt more or less. And it also, you wear toe pads, which are like a type of cushions, and which cushion you, when you dance.
So there's some cushion at the front of the shoe.
Yes.
Oh, so at least it cushions you from getting hurt. Yeah, but you said you still used to feel some pain. Why did you choose to still continue with it?
Because I like dancing, and point shoes are part of ballet, and when you dance, it's very pretty to watch someone on point.
It is pretty, yeah. What do you love most about ballet?
I like all the energy you need to dance, and how when you dance you feel like you are full of energy and you can go on forever.
Do you have different styles of ballet? Do they have names? Like, I know this is being on your, this is point? Yes, there's point. Do you have different names? It's a new style for me, so I really want to learn. Do we have different?
Yeah, we do have different names. Yeah, we have pliés, that means the bending and stretching. We have tondus, that means pointing now. Like you flex your feet to point forward and you point back. That's the tondus. And we have so many names. Pirouettes, that's spinning on one foot. And we have the tour that I was saying. That's when you jump and spin in the air and then you come down, land. Yeah. Releve, so there are different names. Yeah, there are very different names. And more it's basically based on French.
Yeah. Can every ballet dancer do every bit of the styles that you've mentioned, or there are those who specifically like just work on this, there are others who work on this?
Actually, it's like a school, like there's levels, like there's playgroup, there's pre-primary, there's primary, so it goes with the level. So you find that those who can do, they're maybe in grade 5 or vocationals, they're doing the vocationals, that's intermediate and intermediate levels. So you find the little ones cannot do the steps, but we teach them to gain the steps as they continue, so that it's like a process, like this steps comes to this and this one comes to this, like it just comes and upgrades itself all the way.
So you're a ballet teacher, obviously.
Yes.
Where did your interest for ballet come in?
It came in when after I finished campus, and I was like, after COVID, and I was like, my friend came and just told me, let's go for auditions, because I used to dance. And we went for auditions, and I was asked if I could be a teacher. And I said, I can. I can try, because it's a new area which has not been tapped in Kenya. It's not tapped a lot. And they said, let me try it. You don't know what will happen. So that's how I started ballet. I started teaching ballet,
Hustle,
I trained,
for true.
Hustle.
Mboka. I love that. And for you, Jana, from the styles that he's mentioned, do you have a favorite? When dancing ballet, do you have a favorite? I don't know if they're called styles. Do they have a specific next step? Thank you. Do you have a particular step that you really love?
I like jumps and concertes.
How do you do that? Just show us the jumps.
There's not enough space in here.
Okay.
For instance, a little jump would be this one. It's just a little jump, but you can have big jumps where you do the split in the air. And I also like turns and pirouettes.
Those are the ones you love most. Okay, tell me about your most recent performance. Where was it and what were you doing? Okay, aside from the one we've done here, because that's the most recent. Now, a recent one.
The Nutcracker.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the most famous Christmas ballet, and many ballet companies, ballet schools do it every Christmas. And I was the Snow Queen in it, and I danced with Charles.
Oh, I love that. That must have been really nice. I've heard of the Nutcracker. They played at KNT, right?
Yes, yeah.
You were not there?
December.
We were there.
Oh, you were there, yeah. They sometime in December, just before Christmas.
Yeah, November.
Yeah, because I remember we hosted one of the teachers, one of the ballet teachers was here for that. If I may ask you how the ballet dance scene has been received in the country? Where are we at the moment?
For now, it's gaining recognition, yeah. Like, people are knowing the steps, like then understanding what ballet is. It's not like long time ago you'd say ballet and somebody was like,
what is that? Yeah.
What is that? You have to tell somebody you have to go on point. If you're not on point, you're like, ah, no, I don't know what that is. Yeah, you always say Disney, but now for now, they know what's happening. Like, because we also have an organization that goes through schools, that helps schools, like the public schools, and we teach them different types of talents, and ballet is among them. So I think for now we are going somewhere,
yeah.
And it's been recognized there.
Yeah. Is it a sport? Is it a dance?
It's a dance.
It's a dance, it's not a sport.
It's not a sport.
Is there a competition for ballet?
Yes, there is.
Oh.
And, yeah, internationally there is, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Even there was one that we sent one of our students there in, was it Italy? Yeah, I think it was Italy, yes. We sent one of our two students there to perform, and yeah.
So when it comes to ballet competition, do they come in a group? I'm really clueless. So that's why I'm asking, I want to get to understand. Like, is it that they dance individual? Do they have solo performances, group performances? Yes. There's different categories?
Different categories.
Okay.
It's just like drama, like having different categories in drama. It's the same as ballet. So there is the pas de deux, which you can do two people. And also there's a group, and also there's the solo. Yeah. Yeah.
So Kenya has participated in some of this?
Yes, it does.
Dance
yes,
competitions?
Yeah, but for us it was the pas de deux. It was two people performing, That's, doing a variation. Yes.
All right. I want you to tell me about your most favorite performance.
My most favorite performance? I don't know, I like them all. They all have something special. I guess I'm very looking forward to Coppelia. And yes, it's a big role that I got in Coppelia. And I'm very happy to be able to dance on stage. And I like the story.
So where is the performance happening? You have a performance coming?
Yes, it's coming up next weekend.
Tell me about it.
It's going to be at Brayburn Gitanga Garden Estate. And it's going to be on the 24th, Saturday and Sunday, from 2 in the afternoon. Most of the shows will be in the afternoon. So 2 shows in the afternoon for both Monday and Sunday, for both Saturday and Sundays. Yeah.
What's the entrance fee for those who would love to come watch Jana and the rest performing?
So for the entrance fee, the children are paying 1,500 and the adults are paying 1,800. And at the gate at that time, it will increase by 200. So I think,
For those who are watching and would love to come watch you perform, what do you promise them? Like, what will they get from the show? What will they?
They'll get beautiful dancing and a very nice story. And it's a story full of comedy. And the part which we dance now was one of the comedic parts, but it wasn't that clear now since there wasn't lots of the props, but it will be an amazing ballet.
What does it take to be a good ballet dancer? When do you get to say that this one is a great ballet dancer?
I think for me, I would say persistence and more training. Really, you have to train. Yeah, it's not like normal, like you can just come up and just say I'm a ballet dancer and all that. You really have to train. And yeah, if you see somebody doing some steps and you tell someone else to do the same steps, you will see the difference from a ballet dancer, professional ballet dancer, and someone who doesn't, who's starting. There's a big difference.
Yeah, because it's you really have to be training for you to be. I mean, we've seen the things she does. She's still in character. Like, the leg is not hurting, Mama.
When I'm in point shoes and in costume, it feels weird to
be upright?
Yes, it feels weird to stand like this. I'm like,
wow, she's been like this throughout. I love it. All right, your parting shot as we finish up the show.
For me, I can say just believe in yourself in what you want to do, and just be persistent and don't slack back. Just know it's you and it's only you. No one else can chase the bag for you. It's just you and you. That's all I can say.
Your parting shot maybe to the little ones who are watching and would love to be great ballet dancers like yourself.
You can become a ballet dancer if you love dancing and you love ballet and you're willing to work hard. But important is that you really, really, really love it.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much for coming to the show, and I'm really hoping to see you guys at the event. I'm hoping I'll be able to come so that I come watch the entire performance. And if we can just finish off with you doing a bit of it still as we wind up.
Okay. So I come, I look.
All the very best. All right, this is where we call it a wrap right here on Good Morning Kenya Entertainment Thursday. Thank you so much for keeping us company. I believe that you have been entertained today from the beginning when we started with Akina Gudaman and Jeff, and then we went to the dancing Maasai and the beautiful ballet dancing that we have just experienced. And of course, our very able DJ, Unique, the DJ today was just mixing for us all local. Today was just local, right?
Local.
Just local music.
Yes.
Na imeweza mbaya.
Bamba mbaya.
All right, we do this again next week, same time and place. Until then, goodbye.
The king in the land of
This February, precious moments with Channel One entail endless hours of warm sentiments.
I really love you.
Oh, Lord. Joy.
Did you get the job, Letty?
Romance.
Oh, babe.
Affection. Passion.
Na hisia zinasobobojeka moyoni mwangu.
Family.
Who are those flowers for? Oh, I'm sure they're for Lucia.
Fulfillment.
Oh, this is so sweet.
That's that. An array of programs specially selected for you to give you and your loved ones the cozy feeling of being at home.
Impressive.
Baby, let me tell you.
The treat is on us.
Are you serious?
Just give us a chance. Make a date with KBC Channel 1 in the month of love for a heartwarming experience.
You will love it.
Waniumiza moyo wangu.
Wewe kama Muislamu utakapomtembelea ndugu yako, Mtume sallallahu alaihi wasallam anasema hakuna Muislamu yoyote atakayemtembelea ndugu yake Muislamu wakati ambapo ni mgonjwa, ikawa muda wake wa kuishi upo katika dunia, bado upo. Ule ni mtihani tu Allah amempa kwa ugonjwa kama ule.
Yule ambaye atamtembelea mgonjwa, natija ambayo anaipata ni kuwa wakati ambapo upo katika ile wodi ambayo umeenda kumtembelea yule mgonjwa ama katika chumba chake, itakuwa ni kana kwamba upo katika bustani, katika mabustani ya pepo ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Sasa kimya kotini. Wewe mzee, nakuulizaje? Hii hata mtoto wa kuzaliwa yamtosha? Hii
nani alimletea?
Si anasema wewe ndio ulileta.
Na wewe ni mtu wa online ama wewe ni mtu wa kushonewa nguo?
Mimi sijui. Hakuna kitu online, hakuna.
Mzee,
ulisemea kwa online ama ulisemea wapi?
Kwa online.
Kwa online?
Yeah.
Tuliongea na wewe ana kwa online.
Wewe
wewe nyamasa, si wewe nauliza wewe namna gani bwana? Na wewe ni mtu ambaye yuko na akili mzuri.
Ndio conman.
Kwa nini unaota vitu za tori na wewe mwenyewe uko na pick machine? Why? Kuna mahali wewe uliakisa tukuletee bidhaa kutoka online? Abana, si ndio?
No.
Si utoke tu nje tafadhali. Mimi sitaki kelele na wewe tafadhali, please.
I'm a friend. A friend who wants to tell you that your husband has been cheating on you for a very long time. Are you serious? You heard me.
Alonzo wants me out of this business, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Remember that time when you told me that you were leaving Serio? It never crossed my mind that you have a wicked plan of getting another man, which eventually turned out to be your sister's boyfriend. And to top it off, you're expecting his baby. No wonder why your father suffered a heart attack. Shut up!
Didn't I tell you that I'm going to stay here? I'll never leave you. I'm not going to leave you.
Life expectancy in Japan is among the highest in the world. Japanese men live on average to 82 and women to 88. The secret to this longevity is to be found in everyday life. It's long been known that exercise is effective at maintaining health. Japan's Radio Taiso program dates back to 1928. This morning radio broadcast guides people through a system of calisthenic exercises set to music. The program is still immensely popular, with people of all ages gathering each morning to start their day by working out together. Exercising daily also makes people more aware of their health. I had an operation on my shoulder and it left me with a lot of pain. The arm swinging exercises got rid of the ache in my shoulder. Regular daily exercise within your personal ability is one sure key to good health. If you don't use your body, of course you'll start to get aches in your muscles and joints. Exercise done within the range where it doesn't cause pain is the best way to maintain health and functionality. Another thing about Japan is that most people here get a comprehensive annual health checkup. For a long time, Japanese companies have considered it their duty to provide health checks for their employees. Annual checkups are highly effective in spotting health problems before they become serious. Regular medical exams let us discover any problems while they're still at an early stage. This makes them far easier and quicker to treat. Daily exercise and catching illnesses early help keep people healthy. Just as important are Japanese eating habits. The traditional Japanese meal is said to consist of soup and 3 dishes. These are in addition to rice, of course. A main dish of fish or meat is accompanied by side dishes chosen from a wide range of healthy ingredients. And no Japanese meal would feel complete without miso soup, made from fermented soybeans. A typical Japanese meal is well balanced with all the nutrients our body needs. Ikeda Reiko, now 84, has long devoted herself to promoting the value of Japanese food culture. She's a firm believer in teaching children about nutritionally balanced meals so they develop healthy eating habits. We must teach the new generation about our food tradition. Today's children need to know the benefits of the balanced approach to food that I was taught as a child. Most Japanese schools now have classes in nutrition and healthy eating habits called shoku-iku. Ikeda, still vigorous in her 80s, attributes her good health to more than just diet, though. The key is to have a goal in life, something you've set your heart on and will never stop trying to achieve. This will give purpose to your days and you will always stay motivated and full of energy. Many in Japan today can expect to live to over 100. But the most important thing is to be able to enjoy life right to the end. That's where having a goal helps. I think it's really important for every senior to have their own goals, their personal objectives. It's not enough to simply live long and stay healthy. We should also want to accomplish something that gives meaning to our time on earth. More and more people are thinking this way. Staying healthy, active and motivated. The key to a long and fulfilling life. Benibana is a plant in the chrysanthemum family. Its petals are used to produce red beni dye. The first step is to harvest the flowers. Growers know the time is right when a red tinge appears at the base of the yellow petals. The flowers are carefully picked by hand, one by one. Only 0.3% of each petal contains red pigment. The rest is yellow. Rubbing and rinsing washes out the yellow pigment, leaving only the red. The petals are then left to dry in the shade for several days. This causes a natural oxidation, which leads to its change in color from yellow to a deep red. Now it's becoming a perfect red. Next, it's pounded into a paste to facilitate more oxidation and deepen the red color. For easier drying, the paste is pressed by hand into flat ovals called benimochi. This is a luxury item. It takes about 300 safflowers to make each one. For textile dyeing, the dried benimochi are dissolved in water to extract the color. To dye a single kimono, over 2,000 benimochi are used. Safflowers have been grown in Mogami since the 16th century. Thanks to their unique benimochi technique, Mogami Beni became the dye of choice for high-quality kimono makers. 300 years on, the colors of these garments are as vibrant as when they were made. For me, this color, Benny, is a priceless legacy. I feel very strongly that I must ensure that our tradition continues into the future. Benny mochi are used to make traditional Japanese lipstick too. The special process begins by soaking bunches of hemp together with benny mochi. The classic technique is still used by this renowned Tokyo cosmetics manufacturer. Benny extract is applied as a thin, uniform coating to the inside of a small porcelain bowl. As it dries naturally, the red changes to a shimmering, iridescent green. This lipstick was highly fashionable in late 19th century Japan. What causes these color changes? It's still a mystery today. With a little water, the green turns red again. But adding more layers gives a shimmering green effect that fascinated Japanese ladies of fashion for centuries. A tiny flower from deep in the countryside with a mysterious and lasting impact on a nation's culture.
On KBC Channel 1, we are a TV station like no other. Get a taste of the best in entertainment.
Yes, indeed.
Feel the passion.
Will you promise me?
I swear that you will never lose me. I can't get married to you.
I'm sure you knew about it. That's why you're making fun of me.
Experience the drama.
Get out.
Who is the man in this one?
And the laughter.
Hii wigi umevaa kichwani.
Sile wakati tulikuwa tunaapishwa tunapewa mheshimiwa.
Move to the beat.
We are live from Broadcasting House.
And get informed on the latest happenings. KBC Channel 1.
Wow.
We are the full package.
Oh yes.
And Kenya's watching.
Thank you very much for joining us.
高教授，看明白我的魔术了吗？
我认为这就是一个装置。
哦，那你说说看。
饭的吃啊，是痴心妄想的痴。我懂。你懂什么啊？
愿佛祖保佑我主脱离苦海。
汪淼重启了纳米实验，你失败了。
I'm a friend. A friend who wants to tell you that your husband has been cheating on you for a very long time. Are you serious? You heard me.
Alonzo wants me out of this business, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Remember that time when you told me that you were leaving Serio? It never crossed my mind that you have a wicked plan of getting another man, which eventually turned out to be your sister's boyfriend. And to top it off, you're expecting his baby. No wonder why your father suffered a heart attack.
Shut up! Didn't I tell you that I'm going to stay here? I'll never leave you. I'm not going to leave you.
A very good morning to you. Thank you very much for watching KBC Channel 1. You are in time for BizCheck. My name is Betty Kiptum, and Susan Thuku is my colleague on the sign language interpretation. Now, we want to talk about matters connectivity in rural areas, and the body that is mandated to ensure that there is connectivity across the country is the Communications Authority of Kenya. And to have this conversation is Christopher Kemei, who is the director of the Universal Service Fund. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Karibu sana. Could you just tell us the role of Communications Authority and where the Universal Service Fund falls?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think most of us are aware, of course, that Communications Authority of Kenya is the regulator for the ICT sector. Part of its responsibilities as provided for in law is to ensure that there are communication services provided across the country, in the sense that every Kenyan is able to communicate for a variety of reasons. So from a regulatory perspective, of course, we do that through, licensing and regulating players in the field.
Right. So USF, where does USF fall in all this?
Yes, so that's a good question. Now, with all the efforts that are being put in place in terms of regulating the industry for purposes of expanding communication services throughout the country, and considering the mechanisms that are being used, which is basically the rollout obligations for services and networks, what is appreciated is that those efforts are often insufficient, in the sense that we are dealing with businesses. We are dealing with operators that are running on the basis of profitability. But in certain circumstances, there are some areas that do not make business sense to some of these operators. And there is only an extent to which you can go in terms of pushing them to those particular areas to provide connectivity. But the challenge usually is the return on investment on their part. They do contribute, yes, there are areas that they are running networks and providing services without getting any profit. In fact, maybe sometimes they subsidize these, but that is not sufficient to ensure that there is coverage throughout the country. Mm-hmm. And that is the space for the Universal Service Fund. And the fund is basically just to incentivize them further by providing them some subsidies that then will bridge the gap between the cost of providing services and the return on investment arising from the operations in those particular areas. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And for context purposes, there's a report by the Communications Authority that indicated that in 2021, I don't know if the numbers have changed, about 1.7 million Kenyans were not covered by mobile or internet services. And of course, that means there is quite a need to reach these people, because at the end of the day, they are still Kenyans.
Absolutely,
right?
Yes. Yeah.
So how do you ensure that you are getting to these people? And even before you get there, has this number changed?
The number is pretty much the same. Mm-hmm. Our estimate as per 2021 mm-hmm. is that about 3.6% of Kenyans have no access to mobile communication services. It's even much worse for other services like broadcasting, for example, or postal courier. So with respect to mobile communication services, it's true that there are still about 1.7 Kenyans that are left behind. I must add, of course, that in addition to that, we are talking about 40% of the geographical coverage of the country is still not covered by mobile communication services. So there is the element of coverage in terms of population, but there is also the element of coverage in terms of geographical area. What does that mean? It means that 40% of the country, if you travel, you will miss communication networks. But you see the efforts that are being done are being guided by where people live. So the priority being given is to target the people. And following through that is, of course, to ensure that the entire landmass is covered, in considering that people sometimes move, and when they move, they should be able to get services in those areas. So we are far ahead in terms of covering people, depending on where they live, but we still have a long way to go in terms of ensuring that the country, from a geographical perspective, is covered.
When you say 40%, that is a big chunk of the country.
It is, yes.
So that means the fact that these parts are not covered, it even slows down their development in terms of business-wise, because if I'm looking to go set up shop somewhere, I'll definitely go somewhere that there is connectivity, right?
Yeah.
So there are disadvantages to not being connected, right?
Absolutely. There are disadvantages. The reason why we are talking about 40%, if you look at the way the demographics of this country, you know, a large number of the population are in the southern part of the country, which is probably less than 20% of the country. That may be taking about 90% of the population. The northern part of the country is extremely sparsely populated. And that is then what informs the gaps in terms of geographical coverage. So as I said, to cover areas, if you take you know, some areas in the northern part and northeastern part of the country, you will find that very few people live there in some areas, or the people live in pockets, in villages and so on. And those are the areas that have been targeted, where they live. But you notice that there are also national parks that you know, cover a lot of areas that are reserve you know, areas, and you know, different types of land usage that the level of utilization of communication services is low. So those are the ones that, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be provided communication services, but it's not, we have not gotten to that point yet. Yeah.
And it would require quite some investment to do that.
Absolutely. An enormous amount of investments is required to ensure that the coverage is 100%.
Is provided. Yeah. Seeing that maybe it does not make sense to the private sector to put in that much investment because the returns are not as much. What can the government, and CA to be specific, as the body that is mandated with ensuring that every Kenyan is connected, what can you do as an authority?
So it's not so much about what we can do, it's about what we are doing. So what we are doing upon the establishment of the Universal Service Fund in 2009, and we've been, you know, basically collecting money into the fund. We started a bit late because there were teething problems initially for about 5 years. But from around 2015, 2016, we then embarked on the process of rolling out infrastructure in these particular areas that I spoke about, which is, you know, again, rolling out through the operators in the market. So what we've been doing is to do what we call a reverse bidding. What do we mean by that? We ask the operators that there is this particular area, or you know, geographical area that needs to be provided with communication services. Tell us the least amount of, you know, funds that you require to be able to cover those areas based on the parameters that we give. And the parameters that we give is minimum 80% of population coverage and a minimum of 60% of geographical coverage. So the one that, among the players, the one that offers the lowest amount of, you know, offer in terms of subsidy that they require is then given an opportunity to roll out this infrastructure and be, you know, upon completion, then, you know, given these subsidies. So we've been running that particular program. We started with phase 1. Currently, we are in phase 3, and we are just about to start phase 4. Through that process, we've been able to provide coverage in over 200 sublocations, which sublocations have been prioritized based on the level of coverage, meaning those that are at coverage of less than 50% of the population. Others are as low as 0, as in there is no coverage completely. So what we did in terms of prioritization is to take those that are 50% and below as our priority sublocations. So that then has taken us to a situation where we've reduced the coverage in terms of population by way of, putting or bringing on board about 700,000, Kenyans, into the coverage bracket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is for mobile services?
That is for mobile services, yes.
Mm-hmm. And are there charging ports? How will these people?
Yes, so initially we had not factored that. Through there's been a learning process for us. Initially in phase 1, we had not thought about that. But when we realized that it would be necessary also to provide accompanying facilities, like, for example, charging points, as you said, we have then redesigned phase 2 and phase 3 to ensure that in strategic places, markets, there are provided charging points for people, especially in areas where there is no grid. Mm-hmm. So that is already part of the program that we are running. At the same time, we are also encouraging other providers to establish, because the infrastructure that we are covering currently in those areas is quite advanced. It's actually 4G, meaning that internet connectivity is well established. So we are thinking then, we can leverage on that opportunity by creating other opportunities like online jobs, digital innovations, and such like opportunities for then making connectivity a lot more useful beyond just the calling and sending SMS and browsing the internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Of course, you mentioned the digital jobs, and President Ruto's government is very keen to ensure that we are tapping as much as we can. Yeah. And CS sits right at the middle of ensuring that this is a success, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so with that, we are in partnership with the ICT Authority, ICTA in short. Currently, we have a partnership where we intend to roll out, actually not intend, but in the process of rolling out 2,500 kilometers of fiber at a cost of 5 billion shillings. And since the funding for that infrastructure is coming from the Universal Service Fund, and of course considering that the fund is geared to provision of services in unserved and underserved areas, we have then selected about 19 counties, actually 19 to be specific, 19 counties that are at the bottom of the connectivity hierarchy. As priority, counties for provision of optical fiber, which is really high broadband connectivity. Mm. And the intention, of course, is not necessarily to target the ordinary persons, but mainly the institutions, either government institutions, schools, hospitals, and the likes, so that then they are able to be part of the wider broadband connectivity. And also the mobile operators and other service providers will be leveraging on that infrastructure in order to provide the backhaul facilities for traffic that is then going to be created from those particular areas. So we are doing that. We are again in discussion with other agencies like ICTA, KONZA, and others for purposes of establishing what we call centers of excellence, where people can get online jobs. They can do online jobs from there. They can have their innovations, be they in terms of digital innovations, they can run from those particular centers of excellence. And of course, generally having, opportunities to be really part of the global internet and everything that goes with that. We specifically intend to, in this coming financial year, we specifically intend to roll out a coding program, which is a program intended to provide knowledge of programming. And this will be part of the portfolio of services that will be provided through those centers of excellence that we are establishing in partnership with other agencies of government.
Those are definitely skills that are in high demand currently in the market.
Absolutely.
Right. Now, speaking of education, of course, there are some things that you have done as USF to empower people in the education sector, deliver the services better. Could you tell us more about that?
Yes, connectivity for the education sector is definitely a priority. It has been our priority. We started off with a project in 2016 as a pilot for connecting, providing broadband connectivity to schools. And we started with schools that we considered were E-ready. The list of those schools was provided to us by the Ministry of Education. And the criteria for selection was you must have a computer lab, you must have an ICT teacher, you must be providing ICT as an examinable subject. So arising from that selection process, we did run a program for connecting about 886 schools to the broadband. Primarily secondary schools at that particular time. So we did successfully connected all of them. And we are still in discussion with the Ministry of Education to see how we can synergize that program going forward so that we can ensure that as many schools, if not all schools, can be connected. But of course, the cost is enormous. We may not be able to just rely on the fund alone. We must, we have to look for other ways of doing that, perhaps through partnership with other initiatives. For example, there is an initiative by the International Telecoms Union and UNICEF, if I'm not mistaken, called GIGA. That particular initiative intends to, it's a global initiative, and its objective is to connect every school across the world. So we have been in discussion with the GIGA-led team here in Kenya and outside to see to it that we can leverage on that opportunity in order to foster connectivity to schools.
Right. You'll tell us just the impact. Okay, could you tell us maybe the impact of the connection of the 886 schools? What has been witnessed?
The impact, based on an assessment that again was done externally by our partners, the International Telecoms Union, in partnership with the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, the impact has been significant. Although, of course, we must extend to say that there remain a bit of a few challenges. Just to give you an example, some of the challenges that were identified was the posting of teachers and subsequently transfer. So again, you would find an ICT teacher may be transferred and replaced by one who is perhaps not well capacitated in terms of helping the school. But by and large, just in summary, it was a successful program. I must hasten to say, of course, we face a sustainability challenge with respect to that program. Because the nature of USF is to get in and get out. In other words, to support in the deployment of infrastructure, but not to sustain it. Okay. Because sustaining really should be done by the beneficiaries. So we help in terms of initiating and doing, like, for example, if I take the example of mobile networks, so we help to incentivize the operators to be there. Once they are there, they will sustain the program
All right.
themselves.
Allow me to just cut you short
Sure.
a little bit. I'm informed that we need to head to Masai Mara, where our very own Wairimu Njenga is standing by with the Tourism Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua. There is a senior Jordanian minister who is visiting, and they are visiting the Masai Mara. Wairimu Njenga, if you can hear me, please give us the latest from the Mara.
Well, thank you, Betty Kiptum. As you have rightly put it, we are right here at Masai Mara, where the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Alfred Mutua, is expected to meet his counterpart Minister for Jordan, that is Minister for Tourism, and they are going to have bilateral talks. He'll be telling us what those bilateral talks will be involving, and also they'll be signing an MOU. That's a conversation. Also, he will be sharing with us right here live from Masai Mara. This meeting is expected to happen later in the day, but right here I'm joined by the minister himself to just tell us about the tourism sector itself, and also what areas that they'll be engaging with his counterpart Minister for Jordan. Thank you, Minister, for joining us. Thank you. Now we can start from why we are here. I know you're meeting the Minister for Jordan. I'd like to know what this conversation will be involving.
One of the things that we're trying to do is to ensure that the rest of the world knows what we have here firsthand. Jordan are very good friends of our country. We've been able to partner with them in many areas, in pharmaceuticals, in military. Some of the jets that we have came from Jordan. Their king has been here, and we have very good interactions. But in the front of tourism, we haven't really been able to work with them. Jordanians travel a lot, and they sent a signal to the rest of the Middle Eastern countries that a country is good to go to when they come and visit that country. So the Minister of Tourism of Jordan is coming, and we thought, instead of holding the meeting in Nairobi, where everybody just sits in a hall, why can't we let him come here and have a taste of what Kenya has to offer with his officials, so that as he helps us market Kenya to Jordanians and to the rest of the Middle East, then he knows what he's talking about and he's able to be our champion.
Maybe you can tell us exclusively for KBC what the bilateral talks involve, and also the MOU that you'll be signing later.
We'll be talking about how the two countries can partner in getting the growth of tourism, the growth of wildlife, the growth of antiquities, and how we can link our histories together to get the flow of money and the flow of numbers of tourists. For us, we want to have that cooperation. We don't have a cooperation between the two countries in terms of tourism. So we'll be signing an MOU saying that we will cooperate. We'll be able to go to Jordan and market. They'll come here and market also. We'll be able to get support from them in terms of our security. For example, Kenya Wildlife Service, we'll be able to get some drones, for example, to help us in anti-poaching, be able to help us with equipment to help in conservation. So that's some of the talks that we'll be having to see how Kenyans can benefit, how we can benefit from this relationship. But at the end of the day, we want to grow numbers and we want to grow the value of tourism in our country. So we came here to the Masai Mara because it is known all over, so that we can also tell the world that we are open for business.
Okay. And I know you've been conducting through the KTB marketing campaigns across the world. I'd like to know, in the second half of this year, I'd like to know how the tourism numbers have been like.
What we're doing is that, first of all, about Kenya Tourism Board, we have a sitting, and I basically more or less kind of cancelled everything they have been doing for the last 20 years. We've just been replicating the same things. You know, we're talking about hitting a ceiling of 1.8 million. Come on. You know, countries like Spain are getting 60 million tourists. Bahamas, that is smaller than the city of Nairobi, is getting 10 million tourists. The UAE, they're getting 15, 20 million tourists. Kenya, with all our splendor, we can't even get 2 million because the marketing has been very myopic. You know, if you look at our country, the number of visitors that we get, the majority of money that we have, of the money we get from tourism, are not from Europe. Europe is important. They are from African nations. We never market to African people. We don't. The rest of the world is marketing to them. South Africa is marketing to them. We are not marketing to them. We are not looking at new markets like Brazil. We are looking at people who travel. We are not looking at, now starting to look at China and others. And then we need to bring back the Europeans. You go to Watamu, you go to Malindi, the hotels are empty. The Italians no longer come. Why? We need to bring them back here. We need to bring back the Germans. We need to bring more of the British here so that we can grow our numbers from 1.8. This year we're expecting at least to be above 2 million, if not 3 million. And then we get to 5 million very soon. And I hope that within this leadership of William Ruto and his guidance, we'll be able to get over 5 million tourists even before the next general election. More tourists means more money means more jobs mean pesa kwa mfuko.
Okay. Are you planning to also target West Africans, and also I know Uganda is our second destination when it comes to tourists, and also various other
Yes, we want to target the whole of the continent of Africa. Africa has very many people. If you look at who go to the UAE, for shopping, why can they come to Kenya? The shoes I'm wearing here, you can get them in Dubai, and but I bought them in Nairobi at Bata. The same shoe, I bought this shoe in Bata, in Nairobi. You can get the same shoes, the same clothes, the same. I saw a store called Mango that is now in Kenya that you get in the 5-star, malls in Dubai, in New York. You can shop in Nairobi without having to go to other countries. So we want to tell the rest of the Africans, come home, come to Kenya, enjoy Kenya. Come and see a lot of landlocked countries. The Rwandese, the Burundians, they have never seen the ocean. Come and see the ocean. Go shopping like you do in Dubai. See the animals and the wildlife. We bring some fun, entertainment. We leave the money here. So we are changing how tourism has been done. We conserve what there is, we grow what there is, but we introduce new ways of looking at tourists and new circuits.
Sort of packaging tourism products. I know we have the safari, the beach. What other experiences that tourists can look for?
There are very many. We want a lot of more adventure. We want to show more things. I went to Mauritius. It's a great country, Mauritius. Love the country. But you drive for 1 hour to see a waterfall that in Kenya would be considered a sprinkle. We go to see something painted, and they have been able to draw circuits to show even their very minute things as tourist circuits. As the governor of Machakos, we're trying to sell this to the national government. There is a mountain, there's a hill in Machakos where gravity works, backwards. You leave a car on neutral, unatoka kwa gari inapanda mlima peke yake. You pour water on the ground, the water flows uphill. You put a bottle on the ground, the bottle doesn't go downhill, it goes uphill. Those are some of the things that we want to show people. We're talking about the cradle of mankind. We're talking about the dunes, that we have in Mambrui, in Malindi. We have the dunes that you have in Isiolo, in Marsabit, in Turkana, where people don't have to go to enjoy those up and down the dunes, everything. We have got so much in Kisii, all over this country. So I'll be going to the 47 counties, and I'll be talking to all the governors, and we'll be drawing new circuits and introducing new systems. However, tourists will not come to places whereby if they want to use a toilet, they have to go squat in the bush. They won't. That's why they go to Spain, that's why they go to Dubai, that's why they go to these countries. We have to provide first-class services, humane services, where you can get clean water, clean toilet, clean services, just for physiological needs. Wajienjoy. Lakini akitaka choo mzuri, waambii mama amekuja na ndege yake Jomo Kenyatta, amepark, anaenda kuclimb mahali, unaambia ende kajificha hapo chini ya bush. So we also have to get our act together and get our ducks in a row if we have to get the right people coming here.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Asante sana.
Well, that has been the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Alfred Mutua, just sharing with us some of the various areas that he'll be looking at as the Minister for Tourism. Remember, his target, as he has said, is 2 million visitors this year. That's the target that they're having, and 5.5 million visitors, that is tourists here in the country in the next 5 years by 2028. And he's talked about also how we package our tourism products, and he's talked about also on how we can improve our marketing campaigns. Back to you in studio, Betty.
Thank you very much, Wairimu Njenga. They are coming to us live from Masai Mara. Of course, the Tourism Ministry has quite some ambitious targets. There are 5.5 million visitors by the time the next election comes. We hope that that is actually achieved. Now, we want to take you, or rather bring you back to Nairobi, where the Principal Secretary in charge of mining and blue economy is speaking on the Intergovernmental Standing Committee on shipping together with other international stakeholders. Let's just listen into that.
As its own process of policy making, isn't it? And therefore, I think sometimes to be safe, countries are comfortable with the word policy guideline, regional policy guideline. I see my brother from Uganda nodding because Uganda were the ones moving that motion. And it is true, even here in Kenya, the process of adopting a policy is really elaborate. There are several layers to it. But it matters not. Should we call it a policy guideline? What's important is the document that will come from here, because now we'll take it up at the national level and be able to take through normal policy-making processes. On a final note, let me speak to the change of name. I know for member states, we are at different stages, as I mentioned, of moving from the name that we have currently, East Coast, to Maritime Organization for Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa, that is MOESNA. In Kenya, there is a requirement that our cabinet must give a final approval to the change of name. And I'm happy to report that we have received all the necessary approvals from the National Treasury, from the Honorable Attorney General, and also from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, for us to now advance the cabinet memo to the cabinet for the eventual approval of the name MOESNA. And because I'm the one driving that process, Cabinet Secretary will speak to it at the cabinet level. I believe in a month's time, our cabinet here in Kenya will have approved the change of name to MOESNA. And therefore, I want to urge the other countries, because this was a resolution that we agreed to, we all need to move with speed and ensure that we have a common name that we have decided to, that's a new baptismal name for East Coast. So therefore, with those many remarks, I now want to officially declare this particular workshop opened.
The Principal Secretary in charge of Mining and Blue Economy, they are speaking at the Intergovernmental Committee on Shipping. Of course, that particular meeting will be discussing very pertinent issues in Kenya's shipping industry, considering right now there are quite some challenges, especially supply chain challenges that are being caused by the disruptions of the shipping in the Red Sea. Our reporters are on the ground. They shall be filing a detailed report in our subsequent bulletins at 1 p.m., at 7 and at 9 p.m. We come back to studio and continue with our conversation with Christopher Kemei, the Director of Universal Service Fund and the Communications Authority of Kenya. And we are talking about connecting rural Kenya. Mr. Kemei, before we went on those links, you were telling us about the sustainability of the education projects. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was indicating that the setup of the Universal Service Fund is to really take on the initial investments in terms of infrastructure rollout. And then once we have done that, we then leave it to the relevant beneficiary to sustain it. That's what we've been doing. With respect to the education sector, we went beyond that and sustained that particular project for about 5 years. But we got ourselves into a point that we were running out of funds to sustain it. So we asked the Minister of Education to look into how they will continue sustaining that particular project. So in general, sustainability is a question that remains a huge challenge for all of us. Even as we talk about, rolling out this infrastructure in rural areas, we have to think about how do we sustain them. And when it comes to ICT, it's even more challenging because the rate at which equipment becomes obsolete is very, very, very rapid. I mean, we are talking about 3 years max. You must change the entire infrastructure and replace with new infrastructure.
Apart from education, there's the issue of agriculture. Of course, reaching farmers in the unserved and underserved areas is very important for them to access even information that helps them to improve their yields and stay up to date with the latest trends. What is the authority doing on that front?
Yeah, so we have a partnership currently running with the KALRO. KALRO is the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. It's the body that runs, the research and advisory services to the agricultural and livestock industry. So we are running a project of digitizing content, agricultural advisory content. What we realized, Betty, is that in this country there is a lot of research that has been done. In this case, we are talking about the research relating to agriculture and livestock practices. Unfortunately, this information has been sitting, somewhere, and people have not been able to access to improve their, practices, skills and practices within the agricultural sector. So we are running that program specifically to facilitate provision of advisory services as on a real-time basis to farmers, weather information, what kind of plans to establish in a specific, and it's localized, so it is targeting specific areas. All the information relating to that particular area is then presented to those people. It's customized for each area. And by the end of this year, I think we will be complete with that program as we, discuss other, opportunities to expand the provision of those very critical services to the agricultural sector. So yes, we have not left out the farmers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And part of the customization to the different regions, including having it in their local dialect.
Absolutely. So yes, so part of it, of course, is the recognition of the need to use the local languages for better understanding. Yes, we are doing that. So the digital content is being digitized and translated into local languages, and it will be disseminated through text messages, push messages, as well as other means of communication, including radio, local radios, and TV stations as well. And more importantly, KALRO has advisory centers. And we are establishing infrastructure in those centers where a farmer, if you're interested in getting more in-depth information, you go to these centers and you access all that information with guidance from the KALRO experts in those centers. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When we were growing up, we used to go to libraries to read, Yeah. Sometimes your parents would send you to the library to ensure that you are actually studying and not just playing.
Yeah.
And over time, of course, the way people consume such information has changed.
Yeah.
What is being done to ensure that there is digitization of the content that is, in books?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for that question. Much earlier on, several years back, we noticed that opportunity of bringing the provision of library services, modernizing, by introducing ICT connectivity. So what we did is we partnered with the Kenya National Library Services, KNLS, and we started digitizing content that they have and providing connectivity in all 56 libraries in this country that are run by KNLS. So as we speak, when you go to KNLS library, you don't have to grapple with, paper books. Everything now is in digital. So all the, books that they display or they've been, displaying on their shelves is now on a digital platform. So you go there, and for the young people who are more, inclined to, going through digital, content, then that is the place to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. All right. This conversation will continue in a little bit. I'm informed that we need to join the president, who is on a 4-day working tour. He has just launched a project at Itanga, and he's currently addressing the wananchi. Let's just listen to that.
Ndio hii tumekujia. Nakumbuka nilisimama hapa na nikawaambia mpango ya hii maji. Leo mimi nimefurahi ya kwamba leo tumefikisha maji ambayo itasaidia watu wa hii lower side ya Gatanga. ambayo itaenda pia mpaka itasaidia kwa mapenzi ya Mungu watu wa pale Masinga na vile vile watu wa upande hiyo, watu wa Yata. Hii maji ni ya muhimu kwa sababu ya mambo mawili. Tunataka hii maji iwafikishie nyumbani maji ya kukunywa, na vile vile ya muhimu tena iwapatie maji ya kufanya irrigation. Kwa sababu sehemu hii ni sehemu za zingine inakuwa na ukame. Si namna hiyo? Na mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Idhanga na watu wa Gatanga. Tumekubaliana sisi wote kama Wakenya ya kwamba tukienda mbele lazima tushughulike kuondoe njaa katika taifa letu. Na kuondoa njaa lazima tuwasaidie wakulima wetu watuzalishie chakula zaidi. Si ni kweli? Na kutusaidia wakulima kutuzalishia chakula zaidi, mambo matatu ni ya muhimu. Ya kwanza, kuhakikisha kwamba tunapunguza gharama ya mbegu, tunapunguza gharama ya mbolea. Mbegu tumepunguza, mbolea mnajua ilikuwa shilingi 7,000, sasa tumepunguza imekuja shilingi 2,500. Na mimi nataka nimweleze rafiki yangu hapa bwana Kang'ata ya kwamba hiyo mbolea ambayo sasa tumepunguza gharama yake, tunataka sasa tushirikiane na wewe ili hiyo mbolea ipatikane hapa Idhanga. Wananchi wasiende mahali mrefu, wasiende mahali mbali kwenda kutafuta hiyo mbolea. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Ya pili, ni muhimu tuongeze eneo ambayo tunatumia kilimo ya irrigation. Na ndio sababu mimi nimekuja kwa hii mambo ya maji ya Idhanga, ndio tukubaliane na nyinyi. Jameni, vile hii maji imefika hapa, mimi nataka hata nyinyi watu wa Idhanga munisaidie. Mtanisaidia jameni? Nataka munisaidie hii maji tuzalishie chakula. Si ndio? Kwa sababu tukiongeza eneo ya ardhi ambayo tunatumia kuzalisha chakula kupitia kwa irrigation, ndio tutaondoa kisirani na aibu ya njaa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Tunaelewana? Jambo la tatu, tumesema tutaongeza mambo ya mechanization na vile vile tutaweka pesa katika Agricultural Finance Corporation ili wakulima waweze kupata mahali wanaweza kukopa pesa kwa interest ya chini, waweze kutuzalishia chakula, ndio tufukuze njaa kabisa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mimi nataka niwaambie ndugu zangu ya kwamba sasa Kenya tunatumia karibu bilioni 500 kila mwaka kuagiza chakula kutoka nchi zingine. Mnataka tuendelee kuagiza chakula kutoka nchi zingine? Si tuzalishe chakula hapa Kenya? Ndio nimesema badala ya sisi kutumia pesa yetu kununua mahindi, kununua ngano, kununua mchele, kununua sijui nini kutoka nchi zingine, hiyo pesa tuweke katika kuzalisha kilimo Kenya. Tuwasaidie wakulima wetu, tuwapatie maji ya irrigation vile tunafanya hapa. Tuwapatie mambo ya mbolea na mbegu, na tuhakikisha kwamba mko na pesa ya kuendesha kilimo, ndio tuondoe njaa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Hiyo bilioni 500 badala ya kulipa wakulima wa sehemu zingine, tulipe wakulima wa Kenya watuzalishie chakula, tuondoe njaa na Kenya isonge mbele. Watu wa Idhanga tunaelewana jameni? Mnasema tuendelee namna hiyo? Si tuzalishe chakula hapa nyumbani? Ndio nilikuwa nawaambia wale jamaa wengine wale wa mambo mingi. Walikuwa wanabeba sufuria wanaweka kwa kichwa ati ndio bei ya unga ishuke chini. Hata kama wewe ni wazimu kiasi gani, ukiweka sufuria kwa kichwa bei ya unga ndio itashuka? Si mpaka watu waende mashambani, mpaka tulime, tuzalishe chakula, tuweke irrigation, ndio chakula tupunguze bei, ama namna gani? So mimi nawauliza jameni, tushirikiane barabara hiyo kwa sababu ndio njia ambayo itatusaidia kama wananchi wa Kenya. Ndio mimi nimekuja hapa. Watu wa Idhanga, jameni, mkipata hii maji, mtanisaidia kuzalisha chakula? Kabisa. Na sio ya bure, mnazalisha chakula, sisi tunanunua. Si ndio? Na vile vile nimesema mkizalisha hiyo chakula, hatutaki tena hiyo chakula iharibike. Tunataka pia tuwe na soko, mahali ambapo iko cold room. Mahali mkileta chakula inapata mahali ya kuweka kwa store vizuri, hiyo chakula ambayo mmetumia nguvu nyingi na mmetumia pesa zenu kuzalisha isipotee tena. Na ndio sababu hiyo nimekubaliana na mjumbe wenu huyu. Na nimekubaliana na yeye tunajenga soko mbili ya kwanza hapa Gatanga. Tumeweka milioni 100 ya kujenga hizo soko mbili, na tukipanga vizuri hata hapa Idhanga wewe mheshimiwa, tupange tuweke soko ingine hapa Idhanga, ndio watu wa hapa vile vile. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Si mnazalisha chakula hapa? Sasa tutawapangia soko mzuri ambaye tutaweka hapa. Wapi ile mtu yangu ya mkono hapo, apange hii kazi ya hapa soko. Wewe kwanza ndio utakuwa mtu yangu ya mkono leo, wewe mheshimiwa wakili, si ndio? Huyu sasa utaandamana na mimi ndio nipange mambo ya soko ya watu wa Idhanga. Tumekubaliana? Ndio tuhakikishe ya kwamba vile nimekubaliana na governor wenu, tunajenga County Aggregation and Industrial Park. Mahali tuta aggregate ile chakula yenu yote na tuweke hapo processing na tuweke hapo value addition, ndio tuweze kupata chakula ya kukula hapa nyumbani, ile ingine tu process, tu value add, tuuze kwa wananchi wengine Kenya, na tukipata soko ya nje pia tuuze kwa mengine katika nchi ya Kenya. Tumekubaliana jameni? Vile vile mimi nimekuja hapa na nimefurahi ya kwamba bado tuko na mpango kubwa ambaye itatusaidia sisi wote. Nimeona hapa tuko na community health promoters. Ndio tumekubaliana na huyu governor wenu ya kwamba mambo ya matibabu, vile nilisimama hapa niliwaambia tunabadilisha mambo ya matibabu. Ndio watu wawache kuuza shamba yao kulipa pesa ya hospitali. Watu wawache kuuza ardhi, wauze ng'ombe, wasifanye mambo hiyo ingine yote. Tunataka tuwe na mpango maalum ambayo mambo ya matibabu hospitalini, serikali iwe na mpango ambayo itahakikisha hakuna mwananchi tena atauza mali yake kulipa gharama ya hospitali. Gharama ya hospitali italipwa na serikali ya Kenya. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Na sababu hiyo tumebadilisha sheria ya Kenya ya matibabu. Sasa tuko na sheria 4 mpya. Hata saa hizi public participation inaendelea ya vile hiyo sheria itatumika kuanzia tarehe 1 mwezi ujao kwa mapenzi ya Mungu. Ndio tuweze kupunguza gharama ya matibabu. Tulisema mambo 3 ya muhimu, ama ni 4 ya muhimu. Ya kwanza, tuwe na hawa community health promoters. Kila kijiji na hawa community health promoters tuko na wao 2,000 hapa Murang'a. Mimi nimetoa equipment, huyu ndugu yangu Kangata amepanga hawa ku identify. Tumepatia hawa equipment, wako na equipment ya kupima mambo ya sukari, wanaweza kukupima mambo ya pressure, wanaweza kukupima mambo ingine, wakuambie mambo yako iko namna hii, enda hospitali, fanya hivi, wacha kukula sukari mingi, wacha kukunywa maziwa mingi, usikule nyama, usifanye nini, ndio ukue na afya. Ama mnataka namna gani? Hawa watu wakikwambia maneno ufuate ile. Wakikwambia wachana na pombe, wachana na pombe. Usiwache maswali mingi, usema ni wache pombe kwa sababu gani? Sijui kama tunaelewana. Hawa community health promoters watakuwa katika kila kijiji. Ndio tuanze kushughulikia mambo ya matibabu pale kijijini. Hata kabla hujaenda hospitali, ujue hali yako ya afya pale kijijini. Unajua pale kijijini kuna mtu mgonjwa lakini hata hajui ni mgonjwa. Si namna hiyo? Na anakaa na ugonjwa ambaye ingetibiwa na shilingi 100 mpaka inafika matibabu yake sasa inakuwa shilingi 1,000,000 kwa sababu ya kutojua. So hawa community health promoters wakikuja kwenu, tafadhali ushirikiane na wao. Hawa ni officers wanatusaidia na tumekubaliana na governor. Yeye atalipa mshahara yao kidogo nusu na mimi nitalipa yao tena nusu. Tumeelewana? Zamani walikuwa wanafanya kazi free. Lakini sasa mambo ya free Kenya hii imepungua. Ama namna gani? So tumekubaliana ya kwamba tutawapatia marupurupu kidogo. Tumekubaliana? Ya pili, tumekubaliana vile vile katika hiyo sheria mpya. Wale watu mnalipa shilingi 500 NHIF. Kama mapato yenu iko chini, tunataka kufanya assessment, ndio wale mapato yao iko chini tuwapunguzie kutoka 500 ikuje 300 kila mwezi. Ndio watu wengi waweze kulipa. Jambo la 3, tumekubaliana vile vile ya kwamba kuna wananchi wengine wako na mapato ya chini zaidi. Hata hiyo 300 kila mwezi hawawezi kulipa. Si ni kweli? Sasa tumeamua kama serikali ya Kenya ya kwamba wale wananchi ambao hawana uwezo kabisa, serikali ya Kenya tutawalipia hawa ambao hawawezi kulipa bima ya NHIF. So that kila Mkenya awe na bima ya afya, aende hospitali, atibiwe na aende nyumbani bila ya kuulizwa pesa yoyote. Tumekubaliana jameni, watu wa Idhanga? Tumekubaliana? Hiyo ndio mpango tuko nayo. Ya tatu, tumekubaliana vile vile tupange ajira ya hawa vijana. Vijana mko? Vijana mko area? Mbona sikii sauti ya vijana hapa Idhanga? Mko area? Tumekubaliana namna hii. Na nataka mnisikize kwa makini. Kwa sababu kama serikali tunatumia bilioni 600 kila mwaka kusomesha watoto wa Kenya. Hatuwezi kutumia bilioni 600 kusomesha watoto wa mpango, wakitoka pale shuleni watafanya kazi wapi? That will be irresponsible of us. We cannot spend 600 billion every year to educate our children, yet we don't have a plan for them. When they get out of school, what are they going to do? Na ndio sababu kwa mara ya kwanza sasa tuko na mpango mara 4 ya vile tunapanga ajira ya hawa vijana. Vijana mnanisikiza? Na kila mtu unajipanga na akili yako. Hakuna mtu atakuletea kitu mpaka nyumbani. Lazima utumie network. Uvurute aerial iende juu ndio ama namna gani? Si mnanisikia? Si mimi naongea kwa lugha mnaelewa? Tuko na mambo 4 tunafanya na nyinyi vijana mjipange. Ya kwanza tuko na program ya housing. Hiyo program ya housing hapa Murang'a, tuko na awamu ya kwanza ya kujenga nyumba 10,000 Murang'a. Tunahitaji hii Murang'a vijana karibu 25,000 wa kufanya hiyo kazi. Architect, quantity surveyor, engineer, plumber, mason, carpenter, mtu ya mkono, mtu ya kufanya kazi kwa kware, mtu ya kufanya kazi kwa kampuni ya simiti, mtu ya kufanya kazi kwa kampuni ya chuma, transporters na watu wengine wengi hapa katikati. Wewe mtu ya Idhanga jipange na kazi moja hiyo nimesema. Kama wewe uwezi ya architect, jaribu ya engineer. Kama uwezi ya engineer, tafuta ya mtu ya mkono. Kama uwezi hiyo, fanya ya carpenter. Kama uwezi hiyo, fanya ya plumber. Kama ama namna gani jameni? Si kila mtu ajipange na ile anaweza. Tunaelewana? Hiyo ndio mpango yetu ya kwanza. Mpango yetu katika serikali ya Kenya ni kwamba kabla ya mwisho wa mwaka huu tunataka vijana 1,300 wanafanya kazi katika program ya housing ambao saa hizi hawana kazi. Tayari as I talk to you, nikiongea na nyinyi hapa, tuko na vijana 1,130 tayari wanafanya katika program ya housing. Alafu unasikia kuna watu wengine ati wanataka kusimamisha hiyo program. Hao watu si ni wazimu? Yaani vijana 1,130 wanafanya kazi saa hii, tuwatoe kazini wakuje wahangaike barabarani, wakuje wamangamange kwa madukani. Sio ni kazi ya bure? So mimi nawauliza, wabunge wako hapa. Leo katika bunge iko sheria ya housing. Mimi nataka niombe wabunge wa Kenya waende wapitishe hiyo sheria ya housing ili tupange ajira ya hawa vijana waweze kuendelea na program ya housing, ndio Kenya iweze kusonga mbele, kwa sababu hiyo ndio mbinu nchi zingine zimetumia pale nyuma. Sisi tumechelewa kama Kenya and we cannot continue to wait. This is a program that should have been there 30 years ago. We are 30 years behind time. Tunaelewana jameni? Ya pili, tumekubaliana pia na hao wabunge. Na hao wabunge ni watu wazuri, wamenisaidia kubadilisha sheria kule bunge. Sasa tuko na sheria mpya ya CDF. Mimi nimeweka sahihi tayari, imekuwa sheria ya Kenya. Sasa huyu mjumbe wenu, wakili, si namna hiyo? Sasa kila ward hapa, huyu mheshimiwa atajenga ICT hub in every ward. Mimi nitaweka kompyuta, mimi nitaweka mtandao, mimi nitaweka walimu wa kufundisha hawa jamaa. Kazi yenu hapa, kompyuta ikiwa pale, mtandao ikiwa tayari. Tumekubaliana na kampuni nyingi duniani, Google, kampuni ya Intel, kampuni zile zingine nyingi za kuhakikisha kwamba wako na digital jobs. Nyinyi vijana kazi yenu, kwa sababu ni lazima, we must be deliberate and intentional vile tunapanga ajira ya hawa vijana. So nyinyi vijana kazi yenu, vijana 200, 300 kila ward, tunataka vijana wakwenda kufanya digital jobs. Unafanya kazi hapa Idhanga, lakini unafanya kazi kampuni iko ng'ambo na unaweka pesa kwa mfuko. Nyinyi mtashindwa kujipanga hapo? Nyinyi mtashindwa kujipanga hapo? Ya tatu, tumekubaliana vile vile, tumekubaliana na kampuni zingine nyingi. Tumekubaliana na nchi ya Ujerumani, tumekubaliana na Ufaransa. Tumekubaliana na Marekani, mimi naenda huko hata mwezi ujao. Tumekubaliana ya kwamba watusaidie nafasi ya ajira ya vijana wa Kenya. Na tunataka vijana wa Kenya waende ng'ambo, wafanye kazi, watuletee pesa, tuendeshe taifa letu la Kenya. Nyinyi vijana wa hapa Idhanga mko tayari? Mimi nasikia ati watu ya upinzani wanasema ati nisipange vijana waende ng'ambo. Wanataka ati vijana wazurure hapa ati ndio waende kwa maandamano. Mimi nauliza wewe, hata kama kichwa yako imeharibika, utawacha kwenda kufanya kazi ng'ambo ati uende kwa maandamano? Sio ni upuzi mingi sana? Ama ni ujinga? Ama ni ushenzi? Ama ni yote tatu? Sijui kama tumekubaliana. Nipange ajira ya hawa vijana? Si nipange? Tupangane na hawa viongozi. Tupange hii ya housing, hawa vijana wafanye. Tupange hii ya digital jobs, hawa vijana wafanye. Tupange ile export of labor, hawa vijana wafanye. Ndio Kenya hii tuweke msingi dhabiti, ndio Kenya iweze kusonga mbele. Mwisho, mimi nataka nishukuru hawa viongozi wa Murang'a. Niliketi chini na wao, wakiwemo hata na MCAs. Na huyu governor walikuja na MCAs, nikakubaliana na wao watupatie ardhi hapa Thika, hapa Del Monte. Na sasa hiyo ardhi tumeweka milioni 500 ya kwanza kujenga ile special economic zone. Hiyo special economic zone ya Thika tumesema ndio tutaweka program ya mambo ya medical na pharmaceutical industry ambayo itatusaidia kuweka viwanda ya kutengeneza madawa. Ile madawa ambayo itatusaidia Kenya. Bado saa hizi tunaagiza madawa ya karibu bilioni 110 kutoka nchi zingine. Sasa tunataka kutengeneza hapa Kenya. Na hatutaki kutengeneza yetu peke yetu, tunataka kutengeneza ya Kenya na tutengeneze ya East Africa na tutengeneze tuuze kwa Waafrika wengine hapa duniani. Tuendelee na maana hii ama tusiendelee? So governor, mimi nataka nikushukuru. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie hiyo project, hata ni vile imechelewa kidogo, hiyo project tumeshapanga tayari ili tuanzishe the first earthworks na the first phase, ndio tuhakikisha kwamba hizo viwanda zinakuja hapo, vijana wenu wapate kazi na pia tuweze kutengeneza viwanda ambayo itatupatia bidhaa ambazo kwa saa hizi tunaagiza kutoka nje. Kwa hivyo ndugu zangu, watu wa Idhanga, mimi nataka niwaambie leo, mimi nimekuja pia kuwaambia ya kwamba awamu ya pili, hii maji bado haijafika kwa nyumba yenu. Si ndio? Kwani hamjui ati mimi najua? Kwani mnaona mimi mimi sina network? Mimi najua hii maji haijafika nyumbani, si ndio? Ndio nimekujia leo. Nilisema maji itafika hapa, lakini sasa mimi nataka niwaambie maji itafika nyumbani. Sasa awamu hiyo tumeanza hivi sasa. Tumeongea na watu wetu wa Ubelgiji. Unajua watu wengine wananiuliza, wewe umeenda kufanya nini ng'ambo? Sasa nisipoenda kutafuta pesa ya kufanya hii kazi, nitapata wapi pesa ya kufanya hii kazi? Si lazima niendee hii pesa. Mimi nikikaa hapa kung'eria tu kwa maduka hapa. Si Kenya hii itakwama? Ati tucheze rege hapa, wale walituambia ati tucheze rege. Tukicheza rege hapa si Kenya itakwama? Si mnaona tulicheza rege mpaka Magadeni karibu ituzamishe. Ama namna gani? So hiyo pesa sasa tumepata ya kuendesha hii mradi yenu. Na tumesema hii mradi tunataka ifikie watu 1,100 katika sehemu hii ya Gatanga. Na vile vile nimekubali ya kwamba tusaidie pia ndugu zetu wa Masinga na ndugu zetu wa Yata waweze kupata sehemu ya hii maji. Tutafanya expansion ya storage ndio pia na wao waweze kupata maji, kwa sababu tunataka kuendelea katika hali ambayo hakuna watu wanawachwa nyuma. We want to move together. Tumekubaliana ndugu zangu? So hiyo awamu ya pili ndio nimekuja kuanzia kabla ya tarehe ngapi? Wewe wapi waziri? Hii program itaisha lini? August, umeniambia August. Mimi August nitarudi hapa. Na nikirudi hapa nitakuja kuuliza hawa watu kama maji imefika nyumbani. Si ndio? Mnajua August ni tarehe ngapi? Ni mwezi gani? Mwezi wa 8. Wacha nikupatia allowance ya mwezi moja, ikuwe mwezi wa 9. Ndio usifanye makosa. Sitaki nikuja hapa niulizane maswali na wananchi. Si namna hiyo? Sasa mwezi wa 9 hii maji iwe imefika nyumbani. Na nyinyi pia Sio maji tunalete ati maji ya kuja kuoga tu ndio mkue wasafi. Tunataka pia maji mtumie, muzalishe chakula ndio tufukuze njaa. Ala, ama namna gani? Si namna hiyo? Tumekubaliana watu wa Idhanga? Tumekubaliana ya kwamba nitalete maji na nyinyi mtasaidia kuzalisha chakula ndio tupeleke Kenya mbele. Hebu ni wale wanasema tumekubaliana. Bas. Acha niwachie hapo, bado niko na kazi nyingine. Naenda kazi sasa huko Kandara ya kuanzisha program ya housing. Alafu nitaenda kazi nyingine kule Maragwa, alafu niko na kazi nyingine kule tena Odhaya, kwa sababu hii kazi mlinipatia iko na kazi mingi. Lakini mimi nafanya na bidii. Si namna hiyo? Si ndio? Na mimi nitakuja hapa mpaka mchoke na mimi. Nitakuwa hapa kila siku. Na mimi naona siku hiyo nyingine nikikuja nakuja kulala Idhanga hii. Ama naweza kukosa mahali ya kulala hapa? Naweza kukosa mahali ya kulala? So, mjipange. Next time nikikuja nitakuja na blanketi. Na mtaniambia mahali mimi nitalala. Si ndio? Kwa hivyo mjipange mapema. So, hapa niko na ndugu yangu ambaye nafanya kazi na yeye. Mulinipatia huyu mungwana anisaidie kusukuma hii kazi ya Kenya. Anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua.
That is President William Ruto there on his 4-day working tour. He is in Murang'a County, of course, launching a number of projects, including the Ithanga Water Project, saying that that will be important in ensuring that food production is increased in that particular area. That is part of the efforts that the President and his government are putting in place to ensure that food production in the country is increased. And of course, our reporters are on the ground. They shall be filing detailed reports on this particular visit to Murang'a and any other he'll have during the day in our subsequent bulletins. Now we come back to studio and continue with our conversation on matters connecting rural Kenya with Christopher Kemei, who is the Director in charge of Universal Service Fund at the Communications Authority of Kenya. Christopher, before I let you go, I think it would be unfair not to ask a question about the current migration that the government is implementing. Government services being taken online. What is the role of Communications Authority during this process and ensuring that the quality of service is top-notch?
Thank you very much for that question. I think our primary role remains connectivity. When we talk about moving government services to, e-platforms, you cannot then benefit from that, migration if you don't have connectivity. And this is the reason we are putting more emphasis in ensuring that there's connectivity for the general public, so that then they are not left behind. They are able to access government services that are then being, migrated online. So in fact, our job now is even more critical than before, because now government is moving faster in terms of digitization and enabling e-services or e-government services. Then it behooves on us to move even faster to ensure that nobody's left behind in that space. So we are then redoubling our efforts to ensure that we facilitate that program of digitization of government services.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very important. So as we come to a close of the conversation, what does the future look in terms of the connectivity of this country?
I think the future is bright. With the initiatives that we are currently running with, we see really bright light at the end of the tunnel. And I think with the pace in which technology is evolving, much more opportunities are likely to present themselves. We just heard the President talking about digital hubs, which we are also in that space. I think the future is bright. We just need to identify the opportunities and quickly latch on those opportunities, especially for the young people. And we will be able to have created a true global society.
Awesome. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you very much.
That is Christopher Kemei, who is the Director of the Universal Service Fund at the Communications Authority of Kenya. And we have been talking about how the authority is connecting rural Kenya especially the unserved and underserved. A number of programs, including in the education sector, agriculture sector, ensuring that your libraries, the KNLS libraries, are also digitized. And he says that the future is bright and connectivity will reach every Kenyan in the long run. That is the first conversation during BizCheck. We shall be coming with the next conversation in a little bit. That will be about understanding and investing in carbon markets. And that conversation will be with Sarah Njoroge, who has quite some understanding on matters climate change and carbon markets. Let's join you in a little bit after this short break. Do stay with us.
The king in the land of
This February, precious moments with Channel One entail endless hours of warm sentiments.
I really love you.
Oh, Lord. Joy.
Did you get the job, Letty?
Romance.
Oh, babe.
Affection. Passion.
Na hisia zinasobubujika moyoni mwangu.
Family.
Who are those flowers for? Oh, I'm sure they're for Lucia.
Fulfillment.
This is so sweet. Just the start.
An array of programs specially selected for you to give you and your loved ones the cozy feeling of being at home.
Impressive.
Baby, let me tell you.
The treat is on us.
Are you serious?
Just give us a chance. Make a date with KBC Channel 1 in the month of love for a heartwarming experience.
You will love it.
KBC Channel 1 continues to bring you the exciting Football Kenya Federation Premier League, with 2 matches being aired live each weekend. This Saturday, Kenya Police battles Shabana, while Posta Rangers will take on Ulinzi Stars. Watch this double-header from Police Circle Stadium, kicking off at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m, live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Sasa kimya kotini. Wewe mzee, nakuulizaje? Hii hata mtoto wa kuzaliwa yamtosha? Hii
Nani alimletea hiyo?
si anasema wewe ndio ulileta.
Na wewe ni mtu wa online ama wewe ni mtu wa kushonewa nguo?
Mimi sijui. Hakuna kitu online hakuna.
Sijui. Ulisemea kwa online ama ulisemea wapi?
Kwa online.
Kwa online?
Yeah.
Tuliongea na wewe ana kwa online.
Wewe.
Wewe ni amasa, si wewe nauliza wewe namna gani bwana? Na wewe ni mtu ambaye yuko na akili mzuri.
Ndio conman.
Kwa nini unaota vitu za tori na wewe mwenyewe uko na pick machine? Why? Kuna mahali wewe uliakisa tukuletee bidhaa kutoka online? Abana, si ndio?
No.
Si utoke tu nje tafadhali. Mimi sitaki kelele na wewe tafadhali, please.
Waniumiza moyo wangu. Wewe kama Muislamu utakapomtembelea ndugu yako, Mtume sallallahu alaihi wasallam anasema hakuna Muislamu yoyote atakayemtembelea ndugu yake Muislamu wakati ambapo ni mgonjwa, ikawa muda wake wa kuishi upo katika dunia, bado upo, ule ni mtihani tu Allah amempa kwa ugonjwa kama ule.
Yule ambaye atamtembelea mgonjwa, natija ambayo anaipata ni kuwa wakati ambapo upo katika ile wodi ambayo umeenda kumtembelea yule mgonjwa ama katika chumba chake, itakuwa ni kana kwamba upo katika bustani, katika mabustani ya pepo ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Thank you for watching Channel 1. This is BizCheck. My name is Betty Kiptum, and Lensa Odingo is my colleague on the sign language interpretation. Now, within the next 45 minutes or so, we shall be talking about carbon markets, understanding them, and just how can communities or individuals invest in carbon markets. To have this conversation is Sarah Njoroge, who is a principal in charge of advisory services at Intellicap. Now, thank you very much, Sarah, for joining us.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
The other day, there was a story from Isiolo where 5 conservancies paid the county government 10 million shillings as levy on money that they had gotten from sale of carbon credits. So definitely people, communities are making money, right?
Oh, yes.
Right. So maybe you can just start by telling us what carbon markets are.
Great. So carbon markets is a tool that has been developed to help companies or even governments in meeting their net zero targets. So talking about carbon markets, there are different types of carbon markets. So we have what we call compliance markets, and we also have voluntary markets. So compliance market are, as the name goes, driven by regulation. And I think the oldest such market that we have globally is within the EU region. That is the EU ETS. What we see happening in most of the other areas is what we call voluntary carbon market. This is driven by corporates, individuals that are environmentally conscious and are looking to offset their carbon footprint. So basically those are the 2 markets that we have. From a regulatory perspective, there has been ongoing developments at a global level, at Africa level, and even at country level here in Kenya. We have been seeing developments around that. I believe we are going to discuss those policies as we go along.
Yes, we shall be discussing that in a little bit. I'd just like to take the viewer to the press briefing by the government spokesperson, Isaac Maura, who has his weekly briefings on Thursdays, and that is ongoing. Let's listen into what the government spokesperson has to say.
An economic empowerment of Kenyans. The abiding covenant has put the government on its toes, and true to its commitment through the bottom-up transformation agenda, the Kenya Kwanza administration has not disappointed its electorate and commits to do even better as time goes by. Top of the government's agenda is a betterment of the Kenyan welfare in all aspects of life by meeting its promises and remaining a listening government in its response to people's needs. Last week, we addressed the issue of passports. We need to clarify further that Kenyans have complained of delayed issuance of passports, and I wish to confirm that the problem is being addressed. The problem has persisted because of delayed supply of 34-page passport booklets, which normally goes for 4,550 Kenya shillings. This shortage has been caused by slow delivery of the booklets by the supplier. The documents are usually printed outside the country for security reasons, leaving only applicants' biodata to be printed locally upon application. A consignment of the booklets is on the way and will land in the country soon, and the problem will be a thing of the past. We believe so. In the meantime, as I had said earlier, those with urgent need for a passport are advised to apply for the 50-page passports, which this applies in plenty. And of course, remember, we said very clearly there are 70,000 uncollected passports last week. So that should have, of course, reduced, because if people heeded what we said, we keep on insisting they should go and pick those passports. Now, on the issue of ID issuance, the government is also aware of the problem of acquiring identity cards by eligible youth, which has been caused by a court order suspending the production of the 3rd-generation identity cards. An appeal has been made on the case. As we speak, 600,000 applicants for the cards are pending at the civil registration offices countrywide, even as another 684,000 IDs lie uncollected by the applicants across the country. So 600,000 new applicants, another 684,000 not yet collected. So you can see there is a balancing out, and please, people should collect this. As government spokesman, I affirm that once the appeal is granted, the government will embark on massive production of the vital identification documents with the aim of declaring the backlog within the shortest time possible. The government appeals to those yet to collect their documents to do so in order to avoid inconveniences in the official issuance of this very important document. And also, I think to clarify that this is a problem that is also, government is not happy about, because like those students who are supposed to get help loans and they have not yet gotten their IDs, then it becomes a difficult issue. It is interfering with a lot of public service delivery efforts, and so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we really would want this matter to be fully resolved, as quickly as possible. And these are some of the things that we are talking about in terms of the courts not being able to work out their things in good time. Now, there's an issue of livestock and pastoralists, very important, because there have been concerns from the ground about what is it, and we've gotten these concerns from places like Kajiado. What is the program actually to buy this livestock by government? How do you facilitate livestock agriculture? So on one hand, the government is keenly following up on the de-risking, inclusion and value enhancement of pastoral's economic project, which is aimed at uplifting farmers' welfare in 21 SO countries by cushioning the economies from drought risk, increasing financial inclusion for the pastoralists, and connecting them to the market. The benefiting counties include Turkana, Marsabit, Isiolo, Laikipia, Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, Tana River, Taita Taveta, Kilifi, Kwale, Lamu, Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, Samburu, Baringo, West Pokot, Narok, Kajiado, Makueni, and Kitui. So you can see there are quite a number of counties that are benefiting here. The project, which was effected in October 2022 and runs through to 2027, also seeks to facilitate livestock trade across the Horn of Africa countries, and to upgrade livestock value chains by mobilizing private investments. It has financial support for the World Bank, with Kenya being supported by a credit of Kenya shillings US dollars 140 million, which is about 16.082 billion, going by the recent exchange rate. So you can see a big 16 billion to support farmers is available, livestock farmers, so that then we are able to have them benefit from what we promised as Kenya Kwanza government. There are various components of the project. Number one is pasture and fodder production and conservation, livestock breeding covering Dopa, Sahiwal, Boran, Gala goats, among others, livestock finishing through institutions of feedlots and fattening, establishment of abattoirs. Abattoirs are slaughterhouses, this is a French word, for facilitation of meat production and processing of both local and international markets. Then leather tannery and processing, value addition on the livestock and its products, including livestock feed processing. And it's good I tell you this, just for emphasis, that leather is actually more important than the meat itself that we consume. And we have 25 million shoes that are required every year, for example. We have 3 million carcasses every year. If that can be turned into the leather value chain, which we are working on as government on the priority 9 value chains, then that becomes very important. It's also good to say there's actually some new funding also, from our development partners that is also going to help, I beg your pardon, 29 value chains that was just approved yesterday by cabinet. So you can see there's a lot of investment in agriculture, and you'll hear a lot of that when we come to brief you, because it is an economic mainstay. Directly 25%, another 26% indirectly, over 50% of our economy is on agriculture. And that is why it is one of the key pillars in the better plan that we are trying to make sure that it finds a resonance and residence within the mosaic of our fabric. So far, this project of 16.8 billion, 16.082 billion, also will help the number of pastoralists and their dependents through financial services, and we anticipate that about 696,642 Kenyan pastoralists will be able to benefit. That is pastoralists and their communities, and a total of 1,620,293,803 has been paid out as insurance claims payout to the benefits. So please, if you have your goat there, if you have your camel, if you have your cow, there is an insurance. There is an insurance, and then you can actually be paid. Over 1.6 billion has been paid out, so please, wakulima wa mifugo tuwe chonjo hapo. The project has also seen 107,492 individual pastoralists and 411,123 of their tropical livestock insured. So you can see it's both, particularly the tropical stock, 411,123 that is owned by 107,492 individuals. So insure your livestock, insure your wealth, because this is traditional. And now we are formalizing it into the economy. Because when you have an insurance product, that means then it is actually livestock. It is actually going concern. And that is really, really, really germane and fundamental, because we have the biggest herd of cattle in the whole of Africa. Really, people may not know that. An amount of Kenya shilling 6,000 per beneficiary has been paid as enrollment saving bonus, bringing the total bonus payout to 492,090,000. So there's a bonus also that comes into that, a coupon of 6,000, which is very, very good. The project has also sought to empower the female gender, as the percentage of women supported and who own bank accounts has increased from a baseline of 33% to 108% within the pastoralist communities. So only 33% of women were having bank accounts. Now, that number, the initial number, has grown by 108%. That is really, really commendable. You can see the empowerment there. It has also created a number of jobs, as proven by 163,578 digital accounts. Digital, this is the idea here. So we are also going digital, it's online marketing. In use under this project and the inclusion of 26 formal financial sector companies to provide services to the pastoralists. Can you see how important this is happening? So there are now digital accounts, so that you can even have it on an M-Pesa, M-Shwari, or whatever other product, but also 26 financial sector companies like banks and other microfinances have already been providing services to this sector. Quite huge. It's going to unlock a lot of potential going forward, formalize it, and even in a way really deal with also the issue of cattle rustling and what have you. This is in keeping with the government commitment to deploy modern agricultural risk management instruments that ensure farming is profitable within predictable incomes, just as it was in the 1970s when the scheduled crops were catered for under the 10 guaranteed minimum return scheme. So we are going back to that, because that time, if you look up to around 1979, the commodity pricing boom really helped many agriculture-based economies. So that's where we are going, back to, so that we are able to empower our farmers. A very, very important point that we need to make there. And one may actually ask, why do you then say, if you formalize this, you are even going to reduce issues of cattle rustling? Because of the mismatch of the economy, then you find those that do those kind of works are seen like they do not belong to the formal sector of the economy. As I was driving to come to work today, there was a huge cow on the road, and it was, juxtaposition of the modernity versus, what we may consider traditional. But it's part and parcel of our society. It has not gone down.
That is Isaac Moura, the government spokesperson, in his weekly briefing there, just giving an update of what the government is doing. He has spoken about the passport issue. He says that there is a consignment of passports that is going to be landing in the country and will be printed locally to ease the backlog that there exists. He has also talked about various efforts to improve agriculture in the country and so much more. That Kasichana Masha, our very own reporter, is on the ground and will be giving us details in our subsequent bulletins. We now get back to studio and continue with our conversation on matters investing in carbon markets. I am with Sarah Njoroge, who is a principal in charge of advisory services at Intellicap. Thank you for staying with us, Sarah.
Thank you.
Right, maybe you can just recap on the types of carbon markets that there are.
Yeah, so as I was explaining, there are two types of carbon market. So we have the compliance market, and we have what we call the voluntary market. So compliance market are majorly driven by regulation. So where you find the regulator trying to meet a certain, net emission position, like a net zero, or to reduce emission by a certain, percentage or amount by a specific time. They then bring in the different companies operating, and each of them is assigned like an allowance, which would mark a limit to which each is allowed to emit. So it's more like a license to emit. So what happens is that there are those that will exceed their assigned allowance, and there are those that will not reach it. So that provides a platform for trading, where those that exceeded then buy from those that did not meet, and those that, so the market, the pricing there would purely be determined by demand and supply within the market. Then we have the voluntary market, and this is where now the concept of carbon trading or the carbon credits that we are talking about comes in. So it is voluntary. It is driven by the corporate world and even individuals. So on an ongoing basis, most corporates have been setting their net zero strategies. Yeah? Most of them trying to align to the global target of getting to net zero, say by 2050, or reducing even emission by 50%, say by 2030. So to meet those or to get to those positions, the different entities would try as much as possible to reduce emission from their own operations. But only so much can be reduced. They cannot get to zero by reducing their own emission because business has to continue. So the balance then is what takes them to the voluntary carbon market, where they buy offsets. Maybe the other thing I would need to mention is that the underlying, what's the commodity that is being traded in this market? It is the carbon credits. So the conversation we'll be having is then how do these carbon credits come about? And maybe it's worth mentioning that
yes,
a
please, go
carbon
ahead.
credit represents 1 ton of carbon dioxide or equivalent gases that has been removed from the atmosphere or avoided from getting into the atmosphere. Yes.
You said that this is an allowance to emit.
Yes.
Isn't this working against what we are working towards? I mean, the Earth is suffering already from the carbon emissions that have been emitted this far, and yet we are giving some people or some individuals or companies allowance to emit.
Okay, so under business as usual, businesses have to emit, right? So the way compliance market work is that there won't be like the offset credits that we are talking about. So let me just give an example. If Kenya was to become a compliance market, and with our target of, like say the current one, to reduce our emissions by 32% by 2030, to get to that, the government has to bring in all stakeholders, right, to help us get to that. So the 32%, then they would be able to assess and see what does every participant within the economy, how much do they need to contribute to. So basing on the level and nature of operations, they then assign those allowances. So Company A, this is the much you can emit. Company B, this is the much you can emit. Company C, this is the much you can emit. Okay? So then between these three companies, those that some will exit, that it's like a target, it's like a cap. It's actually called cap and trade.
Yeah.
So you are capped, like this is the much you are allowed to emit. So if you emit more, then you move to buy from the one that didn't exhaust their allowance. Otherwise, in such a market, then there would be penalties and fines too that would be suffered by those that exit. Yeah. So there is a target you are trying to meet. So everybody then should remain within a certain target.
Right. So now let's talk about getting into these markets, how you can get in and trade and, you know, make money out of it. Please tell us, how can especially communities get into these markets?
Okay, so now when you come to trading, that happens in the voluntary market. So it's basically talking about developing the credits. And for the credits to be generated, there needs to be a carbon project, yeah? There are two different types of credits that are normally traded. There's what we call avoidance credits. So those come from projects that basically avoid or prevent emissions from getting into the atmosphere. And there are those that, you know, reduce the amount of emissions that gets into the atmosphere. And maybe an example of such a project would be renewable energy. It's basically reducing the amount that gets into the atmosphere. Or when you engage in like a forest conservation project, we are looking to reduce logging, meaning we are reducing more atmosphere from getting into the more emission from getting into the atmosphere. And then there is what we call removal credits. So removal credits means that they are removing the emissions that are already in the atmosphere. And under that category, we have two ways. We have the nature-based solutions. Nature-based looks like, you know, the reforestation, planting of trees, basically, because trees are natural carbon sinks, meaning they are taking emissions or rather carbon dioxide from the atmosphere through the natural, I would say, biological process of photosynthesis and storing it in their the tree trunk or even within the roots as the tree continues growing. So those are avoidance credit through the nature-based solutions, and there is also now technology-based solutions. There are two of those. One we refer to as the direct air capture. This is direct removal of carbon dioxide, separating it from the other components in the air directly through a chemical process. And there is also carbon capture, utilization and storage. This is where emissions, carbon dioxide to be specific, is being captured from specific operation, like for example, say in a power plant or in an industrial process. So there's the emissions that would basically get into the air. So these are captured before they get into the air. And the storage bit, they both methods use geological processes where whatever carbon is captured is stored underground within the rocks. And it is a more permanent way of storing that carbon dioxide. Definitely not all that is captured is stored. A bit of it could be used again in industries like, say, in making carbonated drinks or even in making building materials, for example, like strengthening steel, carbon is used. Yeah, so basically those are the markets. Those are the types of credits within those markets. So now once they are generated, they would be of different quality. Like when we talk of removal credits, they are considered to be of higher quality in the essence that they are actually removing carbon dioxide that was already in the atmosphere. So it's a negative impact. On a net basis, it's a positive impact.
All right.
Yes.
So when you talk about the quality and all that, who regulates this? Who says that this carbon, you know, credit is a better quality than this?
Great. So there are standard setting bodies. I think I would mention the two biggest ones that are operating. So we have the gold standard and we have what we call the verified carbon standard, or VERA. So basically they provide methodologies. These are the methodologies that guide right from you know, the registration, you know, the verification of these projects at the point they are being defined. So when you decide that you want to invest in a carbon market, the first thing would be to, you know, check, is there an existing methodology that would be able to guide your project? Because otherwise then you'd have to start by developing one and getting it approved. So so what happens is that for the different types of projects, like it could be a renewable energy project, could be a forestry project, could be a clean cook stove kind of a project, each of them would have a methodology described in terms of what needs to be captured, in terms of setting the baselines and monitoring the project over time, all the way to monetizing it. So these standard setters have the registries, and this is where the carbon that is generated is then registered. You see, it's not going to be, it's not, carbon credit is, I would say, a virtual instrument. It's not an actual, a commodity that, it's not a product. So it is registered and a certificate issued. So then trading would happen from there. So they are registered on the registry. It would either be on Vera or Gold, and that's the platform that would be used for, or rather where buyers would come then to identify. So in terms of deciding the quality, There are some that are generally thought to be of higher quality, as I mentioned, like the removal carbon credits would be priced higher than, say, the avoidance.
Okay.
When we talk of the tech-based, the ones that are using tech-based, like the direct air capture, those are also high product. When you talk about forestry, when you do an agroforestry is where you introduce, say, fruit trees to farmers to incorporate as they do their BAU farming. That would be one kind of a project, for example, and there would be a forestry. Those that have additional benefits other than just the benefit of removing or avoiding emissions, those that are bringing additional benefits to communities, and that we call the core benefits, those would again be priced higher. And I think another thing that would be considered is even the project developer themselves, their credibility, their experience. So see, this is a normal market, so the prices would be determined by market forces, talking about supply and demand. So if project developer A is known to, follow all the required processes and issue high quality carbon credits, it then means there would be higher demand for those, and subsequently the prices would go up.
Interesting. I mean, this conversation risks getting really technical. When you talk about the tech-based solutions, they seem to be very capital-intensive kind of ventures, right?
Yeah.
So when we talk about communities getting into these markets, the best route they would have to go to is the avoidance projects, yeah?
So it would have to be the nature-based solutions, where is the forestry, the agri-based kind of projects come in. And you are right in saying that the tech-based are actually quite capital intensive. I know we have one that is coming up in Kenya. It's called the Great Carbon Valley, happening in Rift Valley, still under development, But the benefits would be immense. Like that specific project, the government is aiming to remove about 1 million metric ton by 2030. I mean, that would be significant, even for the government towards meeting its targets for, reducing emissions by 2030. Yeah.
Let's talk about the pricing. Of course, beyond the quality of the carbon credit, how is the pricing model across the world? Are carbon credits produced, say, in Kenya, the same price as those produced in America or other markets?
A good question. So, in addition to what I've mentioned, you'd find that the pricing is actually geographic specific.
Okay.
Like, for example, the credits that are produced within Africa, you'd find they are priced higher than those that are produced, say, in Asia or in Europe.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is just in addition to the other factors being market forces and the type of credits themselves. Yeah.
All right. So now for communities who may be, like the conservancies that I mentioned, those ones are in the avoidance project, right?
Yeah.
So for communities who want to take advantage of these markets, they probably have ongoing projects already, but they are not, taking advantage of the markets. How do they get in there?
Interesting. So when a project that is intended to be for generating carbon project is being set up, that needs to be the intention right from the beginning. Yeah.
Okay.
So there are some principles that guide the market, and one of them is called additionality. So a project developer is supposed to demonstrate that the project would not have happened in absence of the carbon finance that is coming in from sale of these credits. Yeah. So ideally, what needs to be demonstrated is that the project itself is reducing emissions more than would have happened in a business as usual situation, right? So like talking to a conservation project, conservation is where it is an avoidance project where you are getting communities to commit to protecting, the forests that are around them. So taking the baseline, we would be looking at what was the deforestation rate, say at the beginning, and then continually monitor how that goes, because we are saying what was the emission rate at the beginning. Then we need to see what is additional, what have we managed to reduce. I don't know whether that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, but again, when it is an agroforestry where we have most farmers coming in, so you provide, or depending on how these projects are structured, so you would find the project developer probably provides the seedling to the farmers. And then carbon credit would then be accrued to each of the farmer. And maybe what I need to mention at this point is that these carbon projects can be of two types. It can be a standalone project where you get a big project developer, get 10,000 hectare and have their project running there. Or it could be a grouped one where now it's where our farmers would come in, where you have different farmers, but the project has to be homogeneous. So if it is mango trees that you are introducing, for the farmers to introduce into their farms. So at the point the project is being set up, it would be described as such. So the project scope would cover all the different pieces of land accruing to each farmer. Measurements would be taken, the number of trees that each farmer has been able to plant. And then over time, monitoring is a very key aspect. So because the bigger the trees, the more carbon they are able to sequestrate from the atmosphere. So once these are then sold, the revenue would then be shared across the different farmers, proportionate to how much they contributed in terms of the removal. So like when you do the agroforestry project, that's a removal. You are removing carbon from the air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So are you saying that people who already have ongoing projects and maybe did not look at it from this perspective, for that is done?
No, it's not all lost. Yeah. So what needs to be done is to probably demonstrate that the operations can be scaled, basically. But the additionality principle has to be met. You cannot be able to claim credit out of a project that was already happening anyway. You cannot come and fence an area and say that I want to earn credits out of a project that was already existing and happening anyway. Yeah.
Right. I'd like to hear from you your thoughts on protecting those communities, you know. The government might decide we now want to do some serious agroforestry in this area and move people out of where they have been, indigenous homes. So how do we ensure that these indigenous communities are being protected even as we look for carbon credits, sorry?
Okay, so there's a process called stakeholder engagement, and it is a very key, critical process in the process of setting up a carbon market. It cannot actually progress and get approved without that process happening. So the project developer needs to demonstrate that they have intensely engaged the communities within the locality where these projects are to be set up, and they need to provide what we call a free, informed, and prior consent. Like, it's not just signing. They need to understand the implication of the project. What does it mean for them? What are going to be their roles and responsibilities? How will income generated flow back to them, and raise all the concerns they have. And part of the approval project is that the developer needs to be able to demonstrate how have they responded to all the concerns that the community had. So basically, there need to be a lot of transparency, and one of the methods we've seen work, and actually I think even the climate change amendment, that bill that was passed the other day, does highlight that at a community level there needs to be set up a committee, and that committee is the one that would handle the distribution of revenue to the farmers. Right. And it needs to have fair representation in terms of composition, having youth, having women, having people living with disability, and also bringing in people from the entire catchment area covered by that project. Yeah.
So now, as we come to a close of the conversation, would you tell us what kind of sensitization is being done? Because it feels like there's a lot of technicality that the communities need to understand for them to even engage in this. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is definitely capacity building that is being done, and I think even today why we are having this conversation is so that the message can, get to the general public, for them to learn that they can be able to participate in this market. One thing I would want to mention is that for a carbon project to be commercially viable, it needs to be of a considerable size. You cannot take, 1 acre and say you are starting a carbon project there. But luckily, I've just explained that they could be pulled into a grouped project. So I think more can be done, and what we are doing at IntelliCap is actually coming in to help businesses or help even communities, or working with implementing partners to put such groups together and help them through the process. So the registration itself, before the project can actually kick off, it's a very robust, rigorous process. There's a document called the Project Document Design, PDD. That's a document that project developer has to design and get approved, and it's actually clearly defined within the climate change amendment. Yeah. So we come in to help clients set up those, and even work with implementing people that are actually at the ground to implement such projects and get them registered for the communities. In terms of, as you said, sensitization, I think more can still be done, maybe by bringing more people even on social, on the mainstream media, on social media, through government and even county governments. To just sensitize people, for them to know that there's an opportunity to, run their activities, agricultural activities, for example, but while at it, generate an additional layer of revenue from sale of credits.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I'll give you 30 seconds to give us your closing remarks.
Thank you, Betty. So I think I would want to end by mentioning that we have our SunCap Africa Summit coming up. It will be happening in February 28 and 29, and that brings in, different stakeholders, impact investors, entrepreneurs, policymakers, governments, and all. And during that summit, we are going to have a carbon session. So we are calling on entrepreneurs that have project ideas, as vague as they may appear, to come and sit with us through our workshop session, where they'll be able to interact with peers who have similar project ideas. And through that, we are going to be able to guide them on how they can turn that idea into money and handhold them through the journey.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for speaking with us.
Thank you so much.
That is Sarah Njoroge, a principal in charge of advisory services at IntelliCap, speaking to us about carbon markets and how communities can get involved. That is all we had for you on BizCheck this morning. Kurunzi Mashinani is coming up. My name is Betty Kiptum. Thank you for watching.